actually get 10 free donuts. These two actually have A's, but we couldn't get their report card. So technically we weren't lying. Good job, Krispy Kreme. You guys want to eat these? Yes. All right, enjoy. I'm actually gonna let them eat this time. And so we enjoyed our donuts. If you do decide to try this and come with a real report card, they will in fact honor their policy. For that is a policy.
You could just go to multiple Krispy Kreme donuts with a report card and get an infinite number of donuts. Free donuts.
James, it's time to take things up a couple notches. This next company may just call the fire department on me. And the company in question is AMC Movie Theater. Now, I am a huge fan of movies. Avatar, Oppenheimer, Shrek. What I'm not a fan of is the policies this place makes you follow. And the policies are no.
The biggest scam about movie theaters is the price of a small and a large is usually differentiated by about $1.50, but the actual portion size is not equivalent to the price differentiation. And keep in mind that a medium is the biggest scam you could ever do in your entire life at a fucking movie store. If you are ever going to a movie and you want any amount of food, never get a medium. Either get a small or get a large, right? A small, yeah, you're going to save like $2-3 maybe, depending on what it is. But if you get a medium, you're paying like 50 cents less for a large, but getting like much less food. And they do that on purpose because people will just get mediums, but they're paying for almost the price of a large. So their profit margins on mediums, I believe, are higher.
No costumes, no face paint, check and check. And the last ones are no singing along and no bringing food into the theater.
No singing along? What movie are you going to fucking sing along to? Disney movies?
Now that last one really gets on my nerves. You see, I've fallen victim to this place's overpriced junk food one too many times. But today, that all changes. In my secret bag here, I have a 5-star meal. Will they let me eat it in peace or ban me from the theater? All right, enough yapping. Let's get to chefing. I was going in there breaking every policy possible, but I was on a mission to complete one goal: enjoy my gourmet meal inside of the theater. Can I get 2 tickets to Wonka? Awesome.
Top of the screen's gonna be the front of the theater.
Okay. I can tap on this?
No, you just tell me.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I'm good with the
I can touch. Can I touch the glass?
outfit.
Yeah.
Okay, and the face paint?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, that was easy. All right, let's do this.
There's people that go in costume a lot to like Marvel movies, right?
Good, how you doing?
Maybe that's a policy after, you remember that one guy that dressed as the Joker and then fucking shot a bunch of people?
You good?
Oh yeah, ticket.
You good?
I'm good with the outfit.
You good?
Appreciate it. That was way easier than I thought it was gonna be. I don't wanna get too comfortable because I know the last policy is ridiculous. And with that in mind, I made my way into the theater, ready to test our next policy. Now that we're in the theater, the next policy is no singing along. And lucky for me, we were the only people inside the theater, but I was still worried.
Yo, I've been to movie theaters before when there's like 5 other people and I'm like, stupid fucking leave the fucking movie theater. Like, what they gotta be there for? It pisses me off. I'm sitting there and I'm waiting. I remember there was one time I pulled up to a movie theater and it was like me and like 4 of my friends, and we saw a movie like 3 weeks late, right? When like nobody was going to see that shit. And we're just sitting there and it's like, it's about to start, right? Like the last trailer. And like the lights are starting to fade and then like 4 people walk in and I was like, mother.
Was covered with cameras and security. Anyways, the Wonka soundtrack kind of slaps. The only thing that brings you joy comes your way.
I think this would be a problem if it was a packed movie theater.
This line, it's fine. Ranch chocolates, 1,800 boxes. Oh, deal. Nobody cares. Policy busted. But I had a feeling they might care about this next policy because it was time to cook up a gourmet.
I wasn't there, but my friends did this. One of my other friends, it was kind of fucked up. They all booked movie tickets, and one of my friends went, but there wasn't room in the row that they went to, and so he sat in the row in front of them. They ended up like waiting like halfway through the movie and then just fucking doused him in popcorn and then acted like it wasn't them. So mid-movie, because like everybody that was watching was like, they just threw popcorn on this random guy. right? Because they don't know that they know each other. So he stands up and he's like, "What the fuck?" And, and they're just sitting there just like, "What?" It's like, "You fucking threw popcorn on me." He's like, "No, he didn't." And starts getting other people involved and shit.
Here we go. Let's plug in the stove. Dude, this is so stupid. Where's that outlet? Oh, okay, it's in. So our stove is plugged in from here all the way to here. This is the moment of truth. Will the stove turn
I didn't
on?
even know they had wall sockets at movie theaters.
It's
That's
not
probably
turning
not all.
And so we had to try
Yeah.
another outlet and another, but it didn't seem like it was gonna work.
Nothing's working.
I thought my plan had really failed here, but
Dude's not even watching the Wonka movie. It's just, bro has no idea what's going on, dude. You're not watching Timothée Chalamet's star performance here.
and now that our stove was working, it was time to cook my gourmet meal.
We got a nice boneless
Oh,
ribeye
no, he's actually gonna cook.
here. Should have brought napkins, huh? Yeah.
What if somebody comes mid-movie?
Steak going on the grill.
This one? No.
You hear the sizzle? It's actually cooking.
And just like that, I was cooking a ribeye steak in a movie theater while trying not to set off the smoke alarms.
All right, guys. Movie theater steak taste test. It's so good. For a movie theater steak, that is a 10 out of 10.
And so we devoured the rest of our steak, and on the way out, I made sure to offer some to the employees.
Would you like a bite of steak, sir?
Nah, I had lunch already.
Okay, no problem. There's
Yo, that bro was probably like... I mean, it already happened.
absolutely no way. AMC has the chillest employees
Also, I don't know if they would let you in with a backpack. They'd probably want to see what was
of all
inside.
time.
AMC honored a total of 0 out of 3 policies.
I feel like that's unsafe. Like, they should search your backpack.
AMC, put your money where your mouth is. With only 2 more companies to go and even more ridiculous policies to test, we embark on a 1-hour drive to a place that I don't think belongs in
Texas Roadhouse! Ooh, 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 ooh. Give me that bloomin' onion. I'll take those rolls. Yeah, I'll take those rolls. Extra butter.
California. The place I'm referring to is known as
Texas Roadhouse. I've heard this place is known for being the loudest restaurant in the world, but I
Yo, do they still do that shit where you could fucking eat peanuts and just throw them on the ground? That was the shit. I remember sitting in a waiting room. It was packed to the brim. Everybody's just fucking eating peanuts, throwing them on the ground.
having an entire restaurant based off simulating Texas is weird in itself. But just wait till you hear these policies. Now, if you're anything like me, you hate being sung happy birthday to. And this place takes it to a whole nother level with their policy they like to call the Yeehaw Birthday Humiliation. The name speaks for itself. It's extremely humiliating. And nothing's gonna prepare me for this. Apparently this place is also super well known for their bread rolls. Now my girlfriend loves these things, and lucky for her, there's a policy
They're so cheap, too. They're like fucking $5 for like 12 rolls.
here where they have to give you unlimited bread rolls. My goal is to take this policy to the absolute max and surprise my girlfriend with more rolls than she knows what to do with. Come on, partner.
I think they have to give you unlimited bread rolls if you're ordering them. He's probably gonna have to stuff them in his backpack.
Very loud in here.
Can I get a name?
Jack.
Okay, it'll be about like 15, 25 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much.
And while we waited for our table, we met a wise woman named Diana.
You know, like the rolls they have here? Are they as good as they say?
Yes. You can have as many as you want. Eat as many as you want, and don't be ashamed to do it because everybody does it. They're not going to refuse you.
And then before we knew it, our table was ready.
We're ready. Are you ready?
And then this
But,
wonderful woman led us
yeah,
to our
guys,
table
so
as if she was like an
welcome to
NPC helping us on a side quest. And first impressions on the restaurant,
welcome
they
to
weren't
video.
lying about it
Next
being
person
Texas.
to
All these
donate
decorations were just
actually
awesome.
gets
And I especially like this
moderator.
armadillo having a cold one.
Chat, which one's better, Outback Steakhouse or Texas Roadhouse?
Thing you've ever seen, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my gosh, the rolls. We just sat down. This is my official review of the Texas.
Yo, the biggest waste of technology in the world is these stupid iPod touch things that they have at every fucking restaurant, and you can pay money to play fucking video games on them. Newsflash, buddy, it's 2024. Why the fuck would I pay $5 to play Doodle Jump for fucking 20 minutes when I have a fucking iPhone and I can download that shit for free? It makes 0 sense.
Roadhouse roll.
Everything's better when it's free, including filing your taxes. But who actually qualifies for free filing? We'll break it down for you in this edition of Tax Tips by TurboTax. Over 11 million people file 100% free with TurboTax each year, and you might qualify too. After all, about 37% of taxpayers qualify. This is for people filing a simple return using IRS Form 1040, with no additional schedules except for the Earned Income Tax Credit, Child Tax Credit, Student Loan Interest, and Schedule.
These are the best rolls ever. I have to get as many as humanly possible. Luckily, I have a plan. The plan is to shovel them into a backpack.
Bruh.
How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
What brought us in?
It's my birthday today.
How old are we today?
14.
Really? No way.
No. 20.
Okay, so I was like, you
Yeah.
are not 14.
And so we ordered 2 kids' meals and made sure to ask for a second round of rolls because I may or may not have finished the first one. Okay, so they know it's my birthday. I don't know if they're going to do the
He's gotta be shoving loose rolls in his backpack.
celebration. I guess we'll see.
Our waitress came back with our drinks and
More rolls.
And now it was time to make these rolls disappear like nothing ever happened. With a camera directly above us and waiters at every table, I had to be extra quick and discreet.
You gotta do it one by one. You can't just slip them all in the fucking bag. Cause say she comes back 5 minutes later, you just gotta be like, you gotta take one and be like, fucking slide it under, you know? This is not discreet. I would die laughing if I saw somebody do this.
Okay, we're good. Oh my god. Oh.
Bread, okay?
Thank you so much.
And while we were enjoying our food, she came back with another basket of rolls. And once again, we magically made
One of
them
my most
disappear.
popular
And then our
videos
waitress
is
came
on
back
TTS and how to set it up on your Twitch stream. Well, today we have an update on the same website and I'm going to show you how to add AI voices to the same TTS. So without further ado, let's hop right into it. Like I said, now you can add AI voices to your TTS. So let me show you how to set it up. First, you'll have to go to this website that will be linked down in the description below. It's Isaiah's.
Dog, I was trying to pause the video. Okay, dude, it's echoing. But, yeah.
Did you know that you can automatically convert your Twitch streams into vertical clips for TikTok, YouTube Shorts, or even Instagram Reels? It's super simple, and in today's video, I'll show you how you can do it. Without further ado, let's hop right into it. So like I said, you can make your Twitch streams into TikToks, Instagram Reels, or whatever you want using the new feature that Twitch has. Not so new now.
Collected our trays.
Can we get some more rolls, please?
No. Yo, if I worked at a place that you could get unlimited rolls at, like Olive Garden or some shit, and these motherfuckers order kid meals and eat 20 rolls, I'd be like, bro, come on. Like, you can have unlimited rolls? What the fuck, dude?
Thank you so much. She's so over us.
At this point, our waitress seemed to be pretty annoyed with us, and it seemed like she was just trying to get us out of there. And when she came back with another basket of rolls, she told us that if we wanted any more, we would have to pay.
When she dropped them off, she said if we want any more, it's gonna cost us money. So basically, it's not unlimited.
And so we proceeded to shove the roll.
It's unlimited under the premise that you order more than a fucking kid's meal. You guys spent like $12 and got 100 rolls.
Into the backpack, but then the man eating across from us told us this.
Yeah.
I don't think you realize it's that much.
Apparently, the guy sitting next to us said he's never heard of a roll limit. Honestly, I think that our waiter just doesn't want to give us more.
And on that,
I think that they saw them pocketing them on the cameras and told them they couldn't have any more to just make it an easier situation.
no, we decided to wrap up our meal, but just as we were ready to leave,
Oh, thank you. Is this like a saddle?
What was your name, man?
Jack.
When I start yelling, you're just gonna whip that around in the air like that, alright?
Okay.
Alright.
Attention, Texas Roadhouse. We got a very special birthday in the house, and I got my friend Jack is turning 20. Let's give it up. Yeehaw.
Last place I'd want to go on my birthday.
1, 2, 3.
Imagine you hear somebody in the background go, dweeb!
Awesome. Thank you. I'm hiding and everyone is looking at me. That was crazy. All right, let's see how many rolls we got. Dang, nabbit, that's a lot of rolls. That's a good
It's like $7 worth of rolls. Would have just been easier to buy them.
15 rolls right there.
Texas Roadhouse ended up honoring 1 out of 2 policies. As far as I'm concerned, that's considered an F. Definitely not GOAT tier, but hey, maybe the next company will be.
That on the back there. Anyone can become an Uber, and the best part is you have no boss.
Yo, I just realized the other day that if who here takes Ubers? You can see what Uber drivers rated you. I thought you only rate Uber drivers. I didn't know that your Uber rates you as well. I'm so fucking serious.
Do their drivers actually follow the company policy? In order to find out, I'll be testing drivers on the following policies. No flirting, drivers can't touch passengers if they fall asleep, and finally, the pet-friendly policy. But we'll get to that later. Let's see if Uber can hold up against what I have planned.
And so I went to my local park and ordered myself our first Uber.
Our Uber is on their way. Her name is Kimberly. She looks like a lovely woman, but I'm gonna see if I can get her to flirt with me. She'll be
Every Uber profile picture Jimmy's picking you up. But just the blank stare, it's always just some fucking dude just.
Be here in 2 minutes.
And then 2 minutes later, she arrived.
Oh, is this her? This is our Uber? How you doing?
How are you guys?
Good.
Alright, so seatbelts, guys.
So, how's your day going?
Oh, is he gonna try and flirt with her?
Super good. Any fun weekend plans?
Not really. I'm trying to, I was scrolling on Tinder trying to find a date, but, yeah, unfortunately, no luck. You know how that...
Oh, no! Fortunately, no luck. You know how that goes. Swiped right on probably 150 different people. Not one match.
Say that app, I guess, is pretty good.
It's kind of like annoying. I like being in person.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm pretty free all the time, so if you ever want to like grab a coffee or something.
Oh, no.
Oh, you're so nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
And maybe it could be like a date, maybe? I don't know.
Some dude flex. She's so uncomfortable.
Let's see, make it right here.
Yeah.
Oh, God, he has to tell her it was for a video idea. Bro, he has to tell her it was for a video idea. Fuck.
Oh, God. That might have been the most awkward thing ever. I'm kind of at a loss for words, so the next policy we're testing is drivers can't touch passengers if they fall asleep. I'm just going to fall asleep in the back of an Uber and see if they touch me. Let's do it.
And so I ordered another Uber. This time, it was a fellow named Brian.
Bro! Oh, my God. Every fucking guy. What is on Brian's lip right there?
I grinded a little bit of Hungry Shark as I waited, and then Brian arrived.
How you doing, man?
Pretty good, how you doing?
Good. A little bit tired, though.
Tired?
Yeah, I'm tired.
Such a young age.
I'm a little eepy. Stop it! No!
Run Windows, Linux, and more on your Mac with unmatched performance and compatibility. Manage all your virtual machines in one place with Control Center. Select a profile to match your needs, productivity, gaming, or development. Fine-tune RAM, CPU.
Brian arrived.
How you doing, man? Good. A little bit tired, though.
Tired?
Yeah, I'm tired.
Such a young age.
I'm a little eepy. Stop it! No!
Yeah.
God.
Well, last night we were playing Hungry Shark till like 5 a.m.
I played that with my wife.
And now in order to test this policy, I had to begin fake sleeping. I don't think Brian even noticed because he was so occupied with him and my filmer Owen's interesting conversation.
Lake Nicaragua is the only freshwater lake containing oceanic animal life, including sharks, swordfish, and tarpon.
I talk Spanish fluently.
Eventually, Brian did notice that I was sleeping.
Little Guppy's trying to sleep. Too much Hungry Shark.
But now it was just a question of, was he gonna touch me to wake me up? Not laughing through the entire ride was a challenge in itself.
$2,500.
Yeah, I don't think I could fake being asleep for like 20 minutes.
Arabian horses and monkeys and parrots and a baby leopard. He came up there and started hitting her with his stumble bag. She dropped the dog and the dog was biting him on the leg.
But somehow I made it to the destination, and it was time to officially test this policy.
Hey, Guppy, gotta wake up. The shark's in here. My God, he's got any wallet or something? We'll just rob him, man.
Yeah.
Can you believe he's that?
I can't believe he's that out.
And just when I thought that I had to wake up,
No, you just gotta...
But he touched him with a newspaper. That's different. I don't think that breaks the rules.
Oh, shoot. I woke up. I just saw sharks. I don't know. Sorry, Brian.
No, don't be sorry.
Brian's the best guy. He's the best dude.
after I looked back through the footage, I realized that Brian actually didn't technically touch me because he actually touched me with a newspaper. So I'm going to call that a policy enforced.
We have one more policy to test, and it might just be the best one.
I think he touched him with the paper on purpose.
Good eye, mate. Hope you like that little transition there. If you're wondering.
Wow, this last Uber ride's gonna be the fucking worst. Hey, just wondering if I could bring my alligator in. No. Well, no, you have to. You have to let me. No.
Why I'm dripped down in this silly attire, it's because pretty soon here, I'll be handling a very dangerous creature, an alligator. Lizard's gonna eat you. All right, from the top. You see, for just an extra $2, you can opt for a pet-friendly Uber ride, except they never specify which pets are and aren't allowed. So today, we're pushing this policy to its absolute limits. Another YouTuber by the name of Zach.
What's the weirdest animal you think they'd let you use? A dog, yeah. A cat, yeah. I think you could bring like a chinchilla or like a bird. I think you could get away with like a mini pig. Somebody said a monkey. I don't think they would let you bring like a chimp.
Zach Alsop also did this, and his Uber ride accepted, except he lives in the UK, and I don't know if Americans are gonna be as forgiving. I'm actually terrified to hold this alligator, but I'll literally do anything for you guys. You guys make all these videos possible, and I cannot thank you enough.
If they tape that fucker's mouth shut, I wouldn't be scared.
Growth has been insane. This has literally been a dream of mine since before I can even remember. We have a crazy goal of hitting 1 million subscribers before the end of the year. If you would consider subscribing, it would mean the world to me. And within 5 minutes, I had a man named George knocking on my front door. And now it was time to meet our alligator.
All you gotta worry about is you don't want the tail near your face.
Okay, it'll smack me.
Your face to the side of his face.
Okay.
If you feel right here, it's rock hard. So if you were to smack you with that, it doesn't feel good.
Okay, good to know. I'm scared. And then our alligator friend decided he was gonna
Yo! Imagine he starts taking a dump. Where do they even poop out of?
Pee everywhere. Hopefully that doesn't happen in the Uber, right? We decided on going to our local Chipotle to order our Uber. I think it's safe to say our alligator friend was pretty popular.
Guys, come look at this alligator over here.
Uber matched us up with our—
Yeah, this is very— Guys, come look at this Ah! You start fucking chasing the kid with the alligator.
Our boy Cameron, and now it was just a question of, was he gonna allow an apex predator into his car? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, our Uber's here. Here we go.
What state is he in? He's in California, right? I think in Florida, 100%. I think if you're in Florida and you order an Uber and you have an alligator, they're not going to give a fuck.
Hey, Uber? Yeah, is it cool if my little dude comes in here? It's an alligator, but he doesn't bite. He doesn't bite.
No, bro. Yeah, come on.
All right, awesome. Yeah, awesome. All right, let's hop in.
I think that'd be a fun story, if anything. I'd be like, let me take a picture of that. Yeah, I just drove somebody in an Uber today. They brought a fucking alligator.
Is he all right? Yeah, he's just trying to run out the window.
Thank you for accepting, man. It did say pet friendly, so I was hoping that that was true.
Most of the time it's like a dog. I'm not gonna lie though, I feel like this is a bad representation for Uber though, because a lot of drivers take way more serious than I do. I'm like in between right now, so I just kind of drive Uber in the meantime.
Well, I hope we made that experience a little more fun.
Yeah, for sure. Nobody else, anybody can say that they've ever had an alligator in their car.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Thank you, man. You were awesome. Thank you so much. I'm gonna call that a success right there. Uber came in with an astonishing—
I bet he paid him a lot too. Like, especially like the Texas Roadhouse lady, he probably tipped well. Like, if I was doing this for a video too, like I would tip more than just like 25%. I'd be tipping him like fucking $40.
3 out of 3 policies honored. Also, Brian's my favorite person to ever walk this earth, so Uber is officially GOAT tier. Welp, I proposed, scammed IKEA's food court, cooked a steak in a movie theater, got absolutely humiliated, and put an alligator in an Uber. And what—
That was a fucking great video, dude. Jack Pembroke, goated fucking YouTuber. Liking that video. All right.
Love Roblox? Earn Roblox digital gift cards with Microsoft Rewards. Sign up for Microsoft Rewards and earn points for your everyday activities when you search on Bing, play on Xbox, and use other Microsoft products. Get started today.
Parents of children who play Roblox. If your child was sexually exploited, abused, or pressured to share explicit content by someone they met on Roblox, you may qualify to file a claim. Estimated compensation varies depending on what happened and how it affected your child. For cases involving exposure to sexual materials, estimated compensation may range from $25,000 to $50,000. If your child was coerced into sending explicit content and is receiving ongoing mental health treatment, estimated compensation may range from $50,000 to $300,000. And in more serious cases, such as physical abuse, attempted rape, sexual assault, or trafficking, estimated compensation may range from $300,000 to over $1 million. Filing a claim is free, confidential, and takes just 2 to 3 minutes.
Celebrity car tier list, lock in.
From $1 million hypercars to the strangest rides that you'll ever see, this is the celebrity car tier list. Leonardo DiCaprio drives battery-powered cars because he cares about the environment. F tier. Christian Bale.
Well, aren't battery-powered cars also not great for the environment and how they're made?
Drove a Lamborghini Murcielago in Batman, a Ford GT40 in Ford vs. Ferrari, but in real life he drives a Toyota Tacoma. D tier.
Nah, that's a bad vehicle. That's a badass vehicle. Toyota Tacoma, it's beat up, you know, but it's got a lot of miles on it. It's a reliable vehicle.
Mr. Bean, also known as Rowan Atkinson, is a true car enthusiast, driving everything from a modified Aston Martin race car to a vintage BMW Roadster. But he's most known for his 1 of 64 McLaren F1 that he bought in 1997. It has 620 horsepower, it weighs as much as a Miata, it has no stability control, no power steering, and no driver aids.
That's actually terrifying, dude. That's just a fucking death trap that costs $1 million. Oh, he crashed it.
Bean crashed his McLaren F1.
Really? Really? Oh my God. Was he riding it in the UK, the country where it rains every fucking day?
Twice. The first time he rear-ended another car and damaged the hood. The second time he smashed into a tree and a road sign and his car caught on fire. The $1 million repair bill was the biggest car insurance claim in the UK. But thanks to the magic of a
$1 million repair bill, bro. I just say it's totaled and buy a different car.
Appreciation, he was able to sell the F1 in 2015 for $11 million more than what he bought it for. So
that's a crazy investment. $750,000 car, you sold it for $11 million.
Very tasteful collection, S tier. Kevin Hart is a subcompact human, but his cars are massive. One standout in his collection of classics is his 1970 Dodge Charger Hellraiser. The modified muscle car has a 7-liter supercharged engine with 1,000 horsepower and a lightweight carbon fiber body. The performance company behind the build also installed a roll cage for safety, a precaution likely taken.
I don't know, bruh. The one thing that I'll always say about fucking really fast sports cars is, like, I would love to own one, but unless you're bringing it to a racetrack, a lot of it is just looks. Like, I've thought that if I ever get a nice car, I would more likely buy a luxury car than a really fast supercar. Because unless you're bringing it to a track or illegally speeding, you're never going to see the max capacity or capability of that vehicle.
Hey guys, I woke up this morning to find this giant spider on my front doorstep. Check this one out. Holy mackerel. Wow! Wow!
The LaFerrari is an ultra-rare hypercar. It combines Ferrari's most powerful V12 engine with an electric motor.
Ferrari really is just a rich people car. Like, obviously, so are Lamborghinis and Porsches and all these other vehicles. But if you drive a Ferrari, that's like the epitome of you have money. Like, if somebody sees you in a Ferrari, they know it's expensive. No shit. I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying, right? There's a lot of really nice cars, right? You could own a Nissan GTR, and that's $160,000 car, like MSRP. But you could drive by somebody, and they won't even know it's expensive, right? Or a Lamborghini, it's expensive. But if you see somebody in a Ferrari, they're going to assume you're giga rich. And everyone knows what a Ferrari is, because it's always the car villains drive in movies. It's always the car that's driven by, like, the really fucking expensive rich aficionado or investor in whatever business film or whatever you're watching, right? Ferraris are always just brand known as rich people cars, Whereas if you drive, like, you could drive a $500,000 Cadillac or Rolls Royce, and most people aren't going to know that it's an expensive car.
The 499 recipients of this street legal race car were handpicked by the brand for being their most devoted customers. If you want to get on Ferrari's exclusive list, just buy 20 of their cars, attend all their events, build
20 of their cars to get on their list.
Insider connections, and be an ambassador to their brand. You'll have to ride Ferrari if you want to ride in a Ferrari. It's not surprising that Gordon Ramsay was one of the lucky 499. Not only does he have an insane Ferrari collection from the F12 TDF to the SP2 Monza, but he also has a strong relationship with the brand.
I think my career runs parallel to the understanding of the word Ferrari because it's...
Oh, this is so cringy.
By the way, you might have noticed that God tier only has room for one person. That person has the best collection on this list, and it is not Gordon Ramsay. Pope Francis got a Lamborghini Huracan in 2017.
What? The Pope? Nah, that pisses me off. Why does the Pope have a fucking... The Pope has a Lamborghini.
As a gift that was hand-delivered to him by the Lamborghini president. The Pope...
Oh, okay. I thought they bought it for him. I was going to say, no way they're taking church donations and buying him a Lamborghini. No, I was actually about to get so pressed for a second. I was going to say, if they're taking church donations and buying the Pope a Lambo, that's so dumb.
You, just you, building your app on base 44. Describe it. And it's real. One thought leads to more thoughts. Layer by layer, taking shape. When you need your tools, bring them in. They just click. Okay, kick it up a notch. Create something smarter, something powerful. Style counts, so give it your touch. Big or small. Next idea hits at 2 a.m. Of course it does. Keep building. Ask yourself, wait, I built this? Damn right. Base 44. Build it your way.
I love Roblox, but I don't have money to spend on Robux. Good thing I have Buff. With Buff, I can earn Robux by simply playing Roblox and many other games. How does it work? I open the Buff app before I start playing, and that's it. I earn Buff points by playing and exchange them for free Roblox gift cards. I can also complete daily tasks to gain more points. Spinning the wheel is my favorite. Come join the fun and download Buff now.
Then blessed the Holy Huracan, but he never ended up driving it.
I mean, yeah, it probably just sits in a garage.
Rather than doing heavenly highway pulls,
the Pope's like fucking 90.
Just donated his miracle whip to charity and instead drives an old Renault 4. The Pope encourages his followers to drive humble cars and focus more on helping the less fortunate. He says that before buying a fancy car, just think about how many children are dying.
And then you look at those shit-ass televangelists that are literally just con artists and don't even, in my opinion, believe in the religion and just con people for millions of dollars so they can own private jets and fly hyper-expensive cars, because they need to travel quick to help their followers.
Not enough?
Yeah, so as soon as you turn 16, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna let you rock this every time you come in LA. So every time you come in LA, it's a little dusty, but you know, when you get 16, you're good to go.
Justin Bieber.
Oh my God, dude.
A Diddy flavor.
Jesus Christ. P. Diddy gave him this car?
The Lamborghini Gallardo as a 16th birthday present, and he's been acquiring crazy cars ever since.
P. Diddy gave Justin Bieber a $200,000 car for his birthday?
Like this Batmobile-style Cadillac CTS.
Nah, that is weird.
The car was fitted with suicide doors, and it's fully blacked out. just like
that is a sick car.
Diddy's victims. Justin also bought a Ferrari 458 that he decided to cosmetically modify. Despite a colorful wrap and a wide body kit, he still somehow managed to lose the car for 3 weeks. He also has a leopard print Audi R8, a hazardously shiny Fisker Karma, and a Rolls-Royce Wraith that was modified to look like a concept car.
Oh, see, that's a badass car. Nah, that's fucking sick. That's some ugly as fuck. Nah, that's some shit out of the movies, chat. I would drive that.
Once you get enough money and status, normal things just don't cut it
That's ugly as fuck. A leopard print Audi? No.
anymore. This applies to
I hate leopard print.
more than just car.
A leopard print clothes is fine. Leopard print anything else is just overstepping, dude. Like, it's just people obsessed with leopard print.
Justin's collection isn't nearly as bad as some other people here, so I'd say B tier. In 1999, Jerry Seinfeld bought $1 million building in one of the best neighborhoods in New York City, but it wasn't for him.
That building's $1 million? God, chat, just look at the beauty, dude. 24-hour active driveway. Lovely.
Building in one of the best neighborhoods in New York City, but it wasn't for him. It was for his cars. Seinfeld owns the rarest Porsches of all time, with his most valuable being his 1969 Porsche 917K race car. Its 4.6-liter 12-cylinder engine makes a measly 515 horsepower, but the car is incredibly lightweight, giving it a violent 0 to 60 of 2.7 seconds.
It's the world's fastest canoe.
Seinfeld's model was the same one used by Steve McQueen in the movie Le Mans, which helps push its valuation to over $20 million.
Sell it! Sell it! Sell it to some dumb rich fuck. Any car over $1 million is fucking pointless. Oh my god. Bro, I would so much rather own just like a nice fucking Stingray Corvette. Why the fuck would you keep this vehicle?
Fun fact, this car is actually about to be up for auction. So if you're in the market, now's your chance. Travis Scott has a $1.6 million open-top Maybach, a 1,500 horsepower Bugatti Chiron, and an ultra-exclusive LaFerrari Aperta. But the artist says that getting a nice car was never enough for him. He likes to customize them himself. One of his creations was this Lamborghini Huracan with a
That's so ugly. Dude, that looks like a Call of Duty camo I'd get for hitting 40 headshots.
camouflage wrap that hides him from traffic laws when he's driving on the wrong side of the road. He also sent a Lamborghini Aventador to West Coast Customs to get it chocolate dipped, and it looked so sweet that he started doing ad-libs.
But his life I cannot change.
But Travis got in some hot water when he bought a pristine condition BMW E30 M3 for $250,000 and modified it to look like a rally car. Travis Scott doing what he wanted to a car that he paid for was seen as an act of blasphemy to the BMW purist.
Well, yeah, no, dude, the car community, like very niche groups of like car fans will get pissed at famous people for fucking up shit.
Travis Scott decides that it's a good idea to build the car the way that you would build a rally car by drilling a light bar into the hood, painting it. Basically desecration of a historical artifact relative to the BMW community.
Then why don't you buy the car? You know, I think that's just like, I never understand that. Then don't sell him the car, knowing that he's going to do that. Knowing that Travis Scott mods the cars. Whoever the fuck sold him the car should be the one that's like getting shit. You knew Travis was going to do that to the car.
It's a decent A tier. In the late 70s, Jackie Chan made a business partnership with Mitsubishi to exclusively feature their cars in all of his films. In 2005, the pair teamed up to make a Mitsubishi Evo 9 Jackie Chan edition. Only 50 of the special models were produced, with one of them going to Mr. Chan himself. The Mitsubishi Evo was known for dusting Lamborghinis on racetracks, and it quickly became a classic enthusiast car. But none of the death-defying stunts of Jackie Chan can compare to the stunt Mitsubishi pulled when it decided to jump off a cliff. The Jackie Chan.
Wait, the fuck? Their cars are $17,000? That can't be true. That is so cheap. The 2024 Mirage G4 is only $18,000.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson struggles with cars. When filming a scene for the movie Red Notice, Mr. Rock realized that he didn't fit in the set's Porsche Taycan, and the entire shot had to be rearranged. During a premiere event, he pulled up in a
He's too big that they had to change the car for him because he couldn't fit comfortably in it.
Huayra that apparently took him 16.8 seconds to exit. The Rock really likes the LaFerrari, but he would like it even more if he was physically capable of driving it. Thanks to genetic determinism, the
bro called himself daddy.
Rock drives Ford pickup trucks. He recently picked up a Ford Raptor R. The truck's price was in the mid 100,000s, but The Rock probably doesn't mind, since his deal as a Ford spokesman.
Isn't he a billionaire?
person is in the mid 10 millions. Being too buff to fit in a Pagani Huayra sounds like a tough life. Ex-President Ronald Reagan drove a car that
No, yes the fuck he is. Isn't The Rock one of the most paid actors ever? What is Dwayne Johnson's net worth? 800 million.
In the 1980s, American automotive manufacturers were under attack.
Every love, every moment is a reminder that life is worth living.
Reminders of him. As Japanese companies like Toyota and Honda began flooding the market with more reliable, efficient, and affordable cars. The US responded to this foreign threat the same way it responded to the COVID-19 epidemic, government policies, and beating up Asians. Disgruntled US auto workers started taking their grievances out on Japanese cars and Japanese-looking Americans, so it makes sense that the President of the United States wanted to hide the fact that he had a Japanese-made Subaru Brat. This is a D tier
$4,000
with
car.
S tier lore, so it's going in B tier.
Pull up that video of Joe Rogan's Sick Fish 2.0. Bro. Let's fucking go!
Joe Rogan likes the performance of...
What is that image, dude? Yo, that is a fucking prime image, though. That's fucking hilarious. He just bent over.
Likes the performance of modern
Challenger.
cars, but the styling of vintage cars. And with infinite money, you can have both. Joseph's 1970 Plymouth Cudo was fully upgraded with all new internals and a 750 horsepower Mercury racing engine. He's also got a Gunther Works Porsche 911, which is an older 993 model that got an expensive reboot. He has some other cool resto mods too. It's a crazy collection, but definitely not God tier. F1 legend Lewis Hamilton says he hates sitting in a car for more than a couple hours. If he's out driving one of his toys and he suddenly loses interest, he calls up a tow truck to bring it back to his garage. Inside that garage, you'll find a McLaren P1, two
What, because he doesn't want to drive it anymore?
Ferraris, and a Shelby Cobra. But his coolest car is his Lewis Hamilton edition Pagani Zonda 760. The $2 million hypercar has a 760 horsepower V12 mated to a 6-speed manual transmission, and Lewis Hamilton hates it. The Zonda is terrible to drive. It's the best sounding car I own, but handling wise, it's the worst. That might explain why he crashed it in 2015 and sold it a few years later to a new owner that also crashed it. It's a strong A tier. Ford has beef with John Cena.
Dude, I don't care how much money I ever have. If I ever crashed a car that expensive, I think I would actually just break down in tears on the side of the road.
In 2017, Ford made a new generation of their
Even like hitting a curb, I feel like I'd freak out.
legendary GT supercar. But since it was in such limited production, you had to apply and get hand-picked by Ford if you wanted one. One of the lucky few that was granted the privilege to buy the $450,000 car was WWE legend John Cena. But there is a catch. Every buyer had to sign a contract that required them to keep the car for at least 2 years. So
why?
When John Cena sold his for $1 million profit after 1 month, Ford said, "I'll see you in court." Cena agreed to pay Ford an unspecified amount, all of which will go to charity. In terms of his current collection, he has a lot of ridiculous cars, but his daily driver is surprisingly reasonable.
My daily driver is a Civic Type R.
Shut up. The Type R is a wise choice. Elvis Presley bought a...
Why do they have a daily driver? If you're that rich, just daily drive a supercar. Like, I'd just be driving the Ferrari every day. Why the fuck do I need a Civic Type R? Oh, I don't want to put miles on it. Brother, you can buy 10 of these fucking cars.
$2,500 pre-owned De Tomaso Pantera in 1974. The $10,000 mid-engine sports car competed with $20,000 Ferraris in terms of performance, but it struggled with reliability. One night, Elvis got into a heated argument with his girlfriend, and
God, he looks terrible in that. You know Elvis died from constipation on his toilet. He had a heart attack.
Off steam.
Trying to take a shit.
When the car didn't start, he took out a gun and shot at it. Bullet holes add character. Many tall tales have been told about Cristiano Ronaldo's car collection. When the one-of-one Bugatti Lavatoire Noir sold for $18 million, news headlines claimed that the buyer was Ronaldo, which turned out to be false. When a Lamborghini Aventador went airborne in London, people claimed that Ronaldo was behind the crash, but it wasn't actually him or his car. When an ultra-rare 1957 Ferrari 335S sold at auction for $35 million, news headlines claimed that Ronaldo had tried to get the car and was outbid by Messi. But Messi debunked this rumor with an Instagram post. Although much of the folklore surrounding Ronaldo's car collection is false, his real collection, valued at over 20 million, is still pretty cool. He's got some of the rarest Ferraris, McLarens, and G-Wagons, but his $9 million...
Bro, the G-Wagon's so fucking ugly. Oh my god. I don't know, man. Like, if you're gonna own a car that looks like this, just get a Jeep, dude. Like, I know it's like fancy and it's like just like a fancy Jeep, but like either just buy a Jeep or just buy a different car.
But his $9 million 1 of 10 Bugatti Cento 10 is his most legendary. Ronaldo's mythical collection must get S tier. Paul Walker didn't like flashy cars. According to his friend, if a car was too fancy, he was embarrassed. Most of the time he would drive around in a pickup, but for special occasions, he kept some things in his garage. He had a few American performance vehicles, one of them being the ultra-rare Saleen S7, a car with so much downforce it could theoretically be driven upside down. He had a fleet of E36 M3 lightweights because he believed the special edition cars would go up in value, which they did. But Paul's legacy is most embodied in his Nissan Skyline R34 GT.
Wow, he bought like 7 of them so they would sell for a higher value. That is actually fucking crazy. He probably didn't drive like most of them either. Dude, rip Paul Walker, man. I remember when he died. I was so young though. I mean, all of us were fucking young as shit. When did he die? 2013, yeah.
TR. The R34 is the holy grail of Japanese car culture, with a powerful twin-turbo inline-6 and telepathic levels of handling. The fact that it was never officially sold in the US added to its allure, and its use in the Fast and the Furious movies brought it to legendary status. Paul's R34 sold...
Paul Walker did it a 15-year-old. Is that facts? I actually did not know that.
In 2023 for $1.3 million. Solid S tier. Little Uzi Vert buys expensive cars.
Now I need a fucking fact check you, dude. I feel like you're just... I mean, I only see a Reddit post, which is what's annoying. Like, there's no, like, news article. Which is why I just never want to just be, like, immediately cave to that and be like, oh, yeah, you're right. So a Reddit post is not definitive.
And covers them with anime characters. D tier. Jamie Foxx drives a tank. It seems pretty inconvenient, I'd say C tier. After getting dropped by Thanos in 2019, Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man days were over, and he started putting his focus on protecting the environment. He began investing in environmentally friendly companies, he changed his diet, and started a...
Bro, Robert Downey Jr. is... I know he has a lot of hype, but I still want to say he's one of the most underrated actors ever. His Sherlock Holmes is one of the best movie series. Chat, it's Sunday. I'm going to put y'all on a movie. Don't leave the Joe Bart stream. Don't leave the Joe Bart stream. But when you're done the Joe Bart stream in like 2-ish hours, go watch the Sherlock Holmes series. So good. Let me know tomorrow what your thoughts were for the 2 people that decide to watch. Don't leave now, please. No, chat, stop. Stop! Stop!
But he couldn't escape the guilt of owning his gas-guzzling car collection. So to pay for his environmental sins, he decided to convert 6 of his classic cars to be more eco-friendly through electric conversions, biofuel, and engine swaps. He gave away all 6 cars in a sweepstakes, and the proceeds were donated to environmentally friendly charities.
The next level of Galaxy is here. Tune in to Galaxy Live for an exclusive sneak peek and offers you can't get anywhere else.
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant. We say don't settle for the status quo.
At Grand Canyon University, we shatter it.
We lead with a pioneering spirit in classrooms that are incubators for bold ideas.
GCU empowers learners of every generation, on campus, online, and hybrid learning environments.
This is purpose-driven education. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
Bro. Why you can't throw that in F tier, dude? Ellen DeGeneres, bro. I have never liked Ellen DeGeneres. I don't know about her as a person, but I hated the Ellen show. Oh my God. It was always just so bad.
DeGeneres has a fleet of Porsches and she likes to drive them fast. Luckily for her, she's too famous to get speeding tickets.
Literally, they will walk up to the car and go, "Oh my God, Ellen, I love you!" And then I get a selfie and oh, awesome! Yeah.
The rich get richer. At 7'1" and 325 pounds, Shaquille O'Neal doesn't fit in normal cars. His Ferrari 355, Dodge Challenger, and Mercedes S550.
Yeah, how does he buy cars at that size? Does Does he have to get them like customly modded?
All had their roofs permanently removed to make way for his human-sized head. Most of his cars were extended to give him more legroom, like his Lamborghini Gallardo and Vanderhall Venice Roadster. Some of his cars fit him
Dude, it literally looks like he's driving a toy vehicle. Dude, like that actually looks like a toddler, like Ford electric car that goes like 5 miles an hour.
Some of his cars fit him perfect.
Wow, dude. Is that a Cybertruck?
Like his armored Dodge Ram. But Shaq's most legendary car is something more fun-sized.
No way. That's your car? How do you drive? Look at that.
I gotta go, man. Bye.
The smart car gets him.
I gotta go, dude. I got an appointment. I'll see you later. He's sitting there with his knees over his fucking hands. He's like, all right. I get a K-turn. Can you back up?
In A tier, the undefeated champion Floyd Mayweather spends his money the way that God intended, but two of his coolest cars are no longer in his collection. Floyd bought a 1 of 2 Koenigsegg CCXR Trevita. This fully hand-built 1,000 horsepower hypercar has a sparkling carbon fiber body that looks like it's covered in diamonds. Floyd sold it for $2.6 million. I'm guessing he really didn't like the car since that's a lot less than what he paid for it. Floyd bought a $3.2 million 2003 Ferrari.
I don't know, dude. These cars, like old Ferraris, they just look boring, dude. Like, I know they're hype and like people love them, especially like car fans, but if I had like Floyd Mayweather money, I would not be buying these cars. Like, I wouldn't be buying like old supercars. I'd be buying old classics.
Named after Ferrari's founder, it has a beautiful Japanese designed body, lightweight materials, F1 technology, and a naturally aspirated V12, making it an iconic car. Floyd sold it in less than a year. I think Floyd's more of a money enthusiast than a car enthusiast. He still has a ridiculous collection, but it's far from God tier.
This is my first time driving stick. To it.
Haksua?
I actually like it. It's fun.
2000s pop culture icon Paris Hilton has a car collection that reeks of Los Angeles. Her Mercedes SLR McLaren is best known for its involvement in historic paparazzi shoots. Her Lexus LFA was a birthday.
Yeah, they were doing coke in there.
Her Lexus LFA was a birthday present from her rich ex-boyfriend. Her butterfly door BMW i8 has a custom wrap inspired by her Burning Man outfits, but none of these cars are her most iconic.
Why is Paris Hilton famous? Oh no, she had a reality TV series, The Simple Life, and a film, Night in Paris. The Hilton Hotel. Is she related to those people?
In 2008, she bought a $200,000 Bentley Continental, then took it to West Coast Customs to get it murdered out. The all-pink atrocity became known as the Barbie Bentley. S tier. 2 times sexiest.
That is not an S tier car. That Bentley was ugly as fuck.
Man alive winner George Clooney drives an 800 horsepower supercar slaying 0 to 60 in 3.2 seconds beast. The Tango T600 is
that looks like if you turn the wheel 2 degrees, the car would flip.
An ultra-compact commuter car powered by 2 electric motors. Despite being built like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the Tango is just as stable as a Porsche, thanks to its low center of gravity. Its roll cage meets race car regulations, making it safe for a 200-mile-per-hour collision. But with a 120,000...
I think if you got in a car crash at 35 miles an hour, you would die in that car. I'm going to call cap that 200 mile an hour roll cage required, blah, blah, blah. This fucking fits all the requirements. Okay. Run into a fucking Ford F-250 on a highway in that thing and you're going to get flattened.
The revolutionary car never really gained any traction. Even the sexiest man alive could not make this car look cool. After buying a Ferrari 458, EDM producer Deadmau5 decided to wrap it in a colorful livery inspired by the Nyan Cat meme, calling it the Ferrari. Everyone loved the funny meme car, except for Ferrari. Ferrari had a mental breakdown. They sent Deadmau5 a cease and desist, forcing him...
Wait, what did that say? I wonder if the jackass lawyer at Ferrari who sent us a cease and desist letter over the Ferrari is an unbutthurt now that I unwrap.
Mouse a cease and desist, forcing him to revert the car back to stock. Deadmau5 then bought a Lamborghini Huracan that he turned into the knee.
Dude, if I had fuck you money like that, I would blow it up. I'm so serious. If I was Deadmau5 and I had fuck you money like that, and I wrapped my Ferrari and they gave me a cease and desist, I would blow it up. I would film a fucking Instagram reel of me just chucking a grenade under the fucking bottom of the car and just go like this. Fuck Ferrari. And then, literally.
This was a legendary PR move by Ferrari. It gets an A tier for cultural impact. will.i.am was the founder of the recession pop music group Black Eyed Peas. He likes to buy normal cars and send them to West Coast Customs to get them tastefully modified. This particular creation began as a
Los Santos Customs
1958 Volkswagen B.
Me pulling up to a LA mechanic, assuming that I'll be able to just custom mod my car on a fucking TV screen. All right, so where's the iPad that I could just choose what I want to do to this thing? How much is it to put a Tier 5 engine?
Which costed $900,000, and it was apparently made to inspire kids to study science.
There's just a Will.i.am tier.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
At Sophia Learning, we believe in making education more accessible and affordable for everyone. That's why we offer online college-level courses that are transfer-friendly. We know students are real people with real challenges, but Sophia can be a real solution. Sign up today and fast-track your degree.
What's up, guys? I kind of bought a sports car.
In 2017, as the YouTube checks started rolling in, Mr. Beast decided to buy a $100,000 BMW i8.
Jeez, look at that. Have you ever seen a better looking car?
Unfortunately for Jimmy, at the time he was still living in a $300 a month duplex, and parking a supercar in front of a trap house only ends in one possible way.
Did somebody carjack him?
Today, we are gonna rob this house. Here's a rock. Chandler, smash that window! I bought that car and then someone robbed my house and then stole everything I owned because they were like, oh, this car is worth more than that house. Let's rob the fucking house.
After getting robbed, stalked, and arrested for street racing, Mr. Beast got rid of his i8.
Mr. Beast got arrested for street racing?
For a Tesla. He now puts all his effort into his business rather than the hamster wheel of materialism. I think Mr. Beast should have bought a Lambo. He still would have got.
Bro, I don't know if it's true. You guys probably know better or not. I saw a video that somebody made saying that like half of the shit people are saying about Mr. Beast is just fake, and they like proved it.
Arrested, but
I don't know if that's true or not, though.
It's a high C tier. If you look closely at the cover art of Tyler the Creator,
saw that? Did you actually watch it, Brady?
Your second best album, you'll see a McLaren 650S. The 650 horsepower supercar was one of Tyler's favorites until, according to him, he crashed it and bought a Tesla. He then crashed the Tesla and bought a McLaren. This time it was the more track-focused 675 LT, but the other cars in his garage are...
Bro, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, dude. Like, I'll just read a summary, because it'll be an hour-and-a-half video, like, debunking shit, or just trying... It'll either be an hour-and-a-half video trying to cancel him, or an hour-and-a-half video debunking rumors, and I'm like, bro, I'm not watching that. Like, I'm not going to sit down and watch the length of a movie to talk about, like... somebody that I don't know personally.
He's got a Lancia Delta Integrale Evo 1 and Evo 2, an E30 M3, and a Fiat 131, all of which are 80s European racing cars that have cult followings for their boxy lightweight designs, competitive history, and raw driving experiences. He's got a LaFerrari now too, by the way. It's a very easy S tier.
Who is he putting in God?
Designer Ralph Lauren has the most expensive car collection in America. He owns 3 McLaren F1s, one of them being an LM edition. McLaren produced only 5 of these special models, and many collectors expect them to appreciate in value, potentially becoming the most expensive cars ever. Ralph's Mercedes SSK is a...
That is a sick car. That's from 1930.
1930 Batmobile.
People drove these in 1930?
Worth around $40 million. He bought his Ferrari 250 GTO for $300,000
and it just sits there, bro.
In the 1980s, and now it's worth more than its weight in gold. But Lauren's rarest car is his 1938 Bugatti Type 57 SC. The supercharged straight-8 engine-powered classic is widely regarded as the most beautiful car ever made.
I owned that car in GTA. I remember I won it at the casino.
and only 4 were ever produced.
I have that exact car in my GTA garage.
One disappeared, one got
So let's just say I already know the Z-Type.
hit by a train.
I already know all this stuff. I know the specs. You don't need a yap to be.
One's in a museum, and the last is owned by Ralph, making it easily a 9-figure car.
Is he putting... Okay, if he doesn't put him in God tier, then he's putting Drake in God tier.
What's up, everybody? You're chilling with me, Aubrey Graham. This is my baby, I guess. It's a 2004 Acura TSX. It's a nice first car, I feel like, as opposed to a Mercedes or BMW. I think that's pretentious, personally. But hey, if you have the money to buy it, then feel free.
Aubrey Drake Graham used to drive a 1998 Chevy Malibu before upgrading to a 2004 Acura TSX. A few years later, he was the biggest artist in the world, and all the cars he ever wanted were spawned into his possession. A 1 of 12 Bugatti Veyron Sang Noir, a Maybach Pullman limousine, a custom Rolls-Royce Phantom.
See, that's a badass car. Rolls-Royce Phantom? Dude, any Rolls-Royce, that's a rich people car. Just own one of those fuckers, dude. The customization, that's like the luxury shit that I was talking about. Like, if I ever bought like a really expensive car, I would want to own something like that.
But there's only so fast you can drive your supercars when you're surrounded by a Secret Service level security entourage.
What are you doing? Now I'm stuck in the fucking... Fuck you.
Drake's traffic-cutting presidential blockade seems pretty pretentious. But hey, if you have the money to buy it,
then feel free.
Damn, that was a good-ass fucking video. They have a house tier list. Did we watch that? I'm not watching that today. We'll watch that another day. I gotta sub to this guy. Jack Pockets. Makes good-ass videos. All right, next.
My team, the name on your chest, is way more important than the name on your back.
Get over the blue line. Here comes Youngboy. Shoot it!
Everything valuable is just a cultural lie. Lock in.
The auction house estimated the value of this fake pearl necklace at $600, but the price went way past.
Fake pearl necklace for $600? Why is it that expensive for fake pearls?
Past that. $10,000, $50,000, $100,000. The people bidding knew it was fake. So what did they see that we didn't? By the time the hammer dropped, the necklace sold for $211,000.
Oh, is it because somebody famous wore it?
350 times higher than the appraised value. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, great, another rich idiot with more money than brain cells. Like the guy who bought an $88,000 Cheeto Zard.
Somebody actually bought that? $87,000 for a fucking Charizard-shaped Cheeto?
$8,000 Cheeto Zard. A Cheeto that kind of looks like Charizard.
I mean, it looks like a dragon. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Or the weirdo who spent $6.2 million on a banana duct tape to a wall.
Oh my God. I made a rant about this before. How stupid this was. I wish when this was up for fucking auction, somebody walked up to it and just fucking peeled the banana and ate it. I mean, how stupid. $6 million. $6 million. The average American dies having made like $2 million in their whole life. 3 times that for fucking a banana duct taped to a wall. This takes 5 seconds to do. What is the... And how do you even explain the meaning of this? You know, most like dumb modern art, it's like, yeah, this is supposed to represent like depression. What is this?
We'll get to them later. But this buyer was different. Her name
was... The buyer ate the banana? Oh my God, that is the biggest you play ever, though. Holy shit. The buyer spent... No, he didn't. The buyer spent $6 million and then ate the banana? Bro, that's actually kind of like fuck you money. That's kind of tough, but also you're extremely financially irresponsible. That's aura. No, that's really stupid. But if you have enough money to buy a $6 million banana and then just eat it in front of everybody.
Linda Resnick, and she was a shrewd businesswoman with a plan. She took this cheap plastic necklace and cloned it. Every pearl, every strand, every detail. It was a perfect replica of a replica. Then she sold over 130,000 of these fake fakes. Linda turned her $211,000 purchase into $26 million of
what? Wait, she sold them as if they were real?
Profit. So what did she see that most people missed? Like most products, this wasn't really about the physical object at all. The original necklace belonged to Jackie Kennedy, possibly the most iconic first lady.
She's the, oh, I thought she was the one that got the lobotomy. We were just talking about somebody that got a lobotomy.
In American history.
It's JFK's daughter. No, it's JFK's sister got a lobotomy.
Jackie was effortlessly elegant. To American women in the late 1990s, Jackie's fake pearls were a symbol of grace and sophistication without excess. For $195 plus tax, shipping, and handling, anyone could buy the feeling of being a little bit like Jackie. Now here's the thing, outside of most Western countries, this necklace wouldn't be worth much. And to someone who had never heard of Jackie Kennedy, it would be worth almost nothing.
I mean, bro, that's also, it's value. I mean, generally, yeah, he's going to get into the idea that valuables are cultural lie. Value in general is just attributed to what you perceive that value to be. The only things that actually have concrete value are, like, that's why I hate the idea of the American dollar. I think money in general, we all just agree it's worth something, right? Obviously, there's some level of, like, economic value for a given dollar in a market that's not tied to gold, because you have to have some sort of attributed value for something that changes, right? Like with inflation, our dollar's getting devalued. So we're all agreeing that our dollar's worth less and less over time because there's more and more dollars that are in the market. And so it just gets inflated. You need to pay people more, so products go up. Everything goes up in value. But with that, we're no longer tied to anything, right? Like in the olden days, you would be able to use your money and trade that in for an equivalent amount of gold. And yes, you could go buy, you know, gold with American dollars, but we're not backed by the gold standard anymore. Like money used to be tied to gold. It's tied to nothing now. Right? Like it's just the US dollar is like the world market's money. Right? After World War II, we started revolutionizing everything. America was like kind of the first country that spearheaded, like, hey, we all have to kind of agree that we're going to use the same rivets and things. We're going to use the same products. We're going to manufacture the world. We're going to, you know, revolutionize trade. And then with that, we made the American dollar like the staple in the world that everybody trades with. Now it's becoming a lot more on crypto based and other shit. But our dollar's backed by nothing. We all just agree that it's worth anything. But it's, and I understand you need that in any, you know, even in a gold standard based money system, we're still agreeing like this dollar is worth this, but it has nothing that it's anchored to. So we could just randomly one day be like, this is worth $0. Money's stupid. No. And then it just fails, right? Obviously unlikely that could happen, but you can look at countries where their money just fucking just builds and builds and builds and builds in inflation to the point where like their country collapses. Like when the Venezuelan bolivar was worth literally nothing and people were fucking giving wheelbarrows of money. They were fucking lighting it on fire. It was useless. There's so many countries where the economy collapses for political reasons, obviously, but it's also somewhat tied to the idea that there's no safety net for this value. Outside of owning like physical things, what's up, JoJo? Outside of owning like physical things, your money has no value outside of what we all agree that it's worth.
Value isn't just about what something is. It's about the emotional and cultural context that surrounds it. And it gets even crazier. Linda Resnick didn't just make...
The wildest thing to me, not in art, just in value in general, CSGO skins. You look nice today. Thank you, JoJo. CSGO skins, as an example, right? Yes, we all attribute value to everything. There are CSGO skins that are worth millions of dollars. 50 years from now, CSGO, surely a dead game. Obviously, it's an individual, like, game-based skin, and it's worth that amount because it's a very rare, it's a very rare, uncommon skin that you could own. The quality's high. So it still has value in the CS market, but the CS market is all just, you know, speculative. It's all, hey, we think it's worth this, But we know 100 years from now, whenever this game dies, it's no longer going to be worth that amount of money. What are other games where those skins were worth a shitload and now they're not? Like TFT, Team Fortress 2 maybe, or like, I don't know if that's the right game that I'm thinking of. What's another game where there's like skins that are worth crazy amounts of money? Yeah, TFT 2. Team Fortress 2, or not, maybe Fortnite. I was going to say Roblox as well. Like Roblox, wearables. Like you could buy like a Roblox mask that's worth like $40,000 or something like that.
Replicas of Jackie's pearls. She made a replica of a replica.
Like it's all just, dude, everything that we buy, digitalized or not, it's just all, we agree it's worth this amount. So it's worth that amount. The only things that are really like definitively worth money are physical. And not physical meaning money. Like if you own land, gold, valuable metals, like all that shit, that's, derived in some way where you have, an actual asset that you hold that will hold value regardless of how the economy's going. With stock markets, it's like you're holding a percentage of the company. But that company's, we say it's worth this amount because the people sell the stock for this amount. But in reality, like, Google's never going to just crash and burn. But we're just agreeing it's worth this amount. Same with like Microsoft, Nvidia, all these other big companies, top 5 companies in the world.
Of a replica. A tiny pearl necklace for a Jackie Kennedy doll. You just can't make this shit up. Now, I know that fake pearl necklaces for old lady boomers might seem irrelevant to you, but you do the exact same thing every day. You think a pair of Jordans costs $200 because of the materials or performance? Even your money works the same way. Try buying anything with a US dollar when the country collapses. After that, it's just paper. Even gold is just shiny rock.
Yeah, gold's shiny rock, but here's the thing. Gold's a shiny rock, but you can't just say that about gold. You could say that about money. Money's just a piece of paper. Money's just a number. Because at the end of the day, the economy could collapse and it's worth nothing. But if you have a lot of gold, you have a lot of needed things. Like gold's used in electronics. Gold's used in technologies. Gold is used in jewelry. Like it holds value to where it's a needed commodity that people have to have in everyday life. So it's something that you're not, like, if the economy collapsed, having gold, this is not financial advice, by the way, but having a shitload of gold isn't like a bad play. If the economy collapsed and you had all your money in gold, you're doing great. You're doing fantastic, right? Because now you could sell that for whatever currency you want. And you're probably good, right?
With the right culture.
The issue is gold's not going to rise as much. And then where are you going to buy your whole net worth of gold? Where are you going to put it? Like, it's just
story.
Nobody does that physically anymore. Everybody's assets are digital.
Make anything worth more than its weight in gold without ever touching a gram of the real stuff. In 1800s Prussia, the kingdom's ruling family needed to fund a war against France. So they asked the aristocracy to give up their gold jewelry. In return, they received iron replicas, each engraved with the phrase, "I gave gold for iron." Because of this, in Prussian high society, iron jewelry became more desirable than gold.
Oh my God, and then it just flipped the value market on gold?
I mean, sure, gold jewelry meant you were wealthy, but iron jewelry meant you were wealthy, generous, and patriotic. It signaled that you were part of a larger cultural movement, sacrificing for the good of the nation. In that cultural context, iron was more valuable than gold. Ancient alchemists.
Some of the coolest shit that I'll see, I mean, not cool, but one of the weirdest, things that you realize in society is people will use and do whatever they can to seem well off and, better than people around them. Even in like micro situations. This is going to be kind of random to bring up right now, but those videos where people hold like wooden platforms on their back? I think it's in India, but it might be in another country. Correct me and tell me what country it's in. But it's seen as like a level of prestigiousness. The bigger the lump on the back of your neck from how long you hold these poles that weigh a shitload. And some people will forcefully inject their the backs of their necks with liquids to make them seem larger, to make them feel more prestigious around those around them, because it's Pakistan. I don't know what country it is. I gotta look that up. But it's like anything, it could be social situations, it could be money, it could be assets, materialistic goods. People will always buy and use things that feel valuable and are given value around those around them. Like I always say Supreme is a really good example. I think Supreme they don't even make like good quality products. Supreme is just it's a rep brand, similar to a lot of other brands. I think like Louis Vuitton bags are extremely overpriced, but they have value in the materials that they're used. They're just, 10x what they're actually worth because of the name brand. But people will buy like streetwear brands are the biggest example for like modern youth and Gen Z, where they're making these products for like $5 a t-shirt. People are buying them for $150. When in reality, a general markup at like a Walmart t-shirt would be like maybe 50 cents to like $10. Or like the margins might be like similar in terms of percentage, but they're fucking hiking the prices up so high. Like the biggest one that's used is iPhones. iPhones have the market retail value of like, or the market profit margins of like Ferraris, but they sell like Ford trucks. That's always the best example the only thing I learned in marketing class in college is that certain car brands like Ford rep out a lot of cars. They make less per car, but they sell way more. Ferrari, more expensive car, but they up the profit margin. iPhones is like one of the only things that people buy in at least the US economy that is dirt cheap to produce. They sell like hotcakes and they fucking sell them for like 50 times what they're fucking worth.
Spent centuries.
You pay for the brand, you pay for a value that's attributed. Sorry I'm rambling so much. We're only 3 minutes into the video.
Trying and failing to turn lead into gold, but they missed the point. They didn't need to change the metal. They needed to change people's minds. Even real jewelry is only valuable because of cultural context. It's based on generations of tradition, symbolism, and belief. But this emotional and cultural value is still real value in some way. This $19 strawberry from Japan is a great example. It's being sold in American supermarkets, and customers are outraged by how insanely expensive it is. And honestly, in an American cultural context, I totally get it. But the Japanese have a popular custom of giving away high-end fruits as gifts. You might think this is crazy.
I mean, yeah, you could look into like, where was it? In the Netherlands, where they were fucking selling tulips in the medieval times for like hundreds of acres of property.
Easy, but Americans don't bat an eye at spending $20 for high-end chocolates on Valentine's.
What's something that we buy that's worth flowers? The flower market flowers are expensive not only because they're perceived value, but also it's hard to get flowers in like certain areas of the world. So they're just always expensive. Wheat, we don't give wheat away. What do you mean we give wheat to people? My girlfriend loves flowers. They be expensive. It depends the flower and also the area you're in. I think living near, like the New York flower market is worth like fucking $1 billion or some crazy amount of money. You never think about it, but if you ever buy your girlfriend flowers and you live in like North Dakota, bro, they probably came from like Europe and they're fresh. They're fresh. They look beautiful. They're intact and they're at your door. I think about that all the time. The logistics of getting anything. This is side rant. We're going side rant after side rant here. The logistics, bro. You live in Wyoming and you have access to like fucking bananas. And bananas are actually one of the easiest fruits to fucking get year round because they're grown in a lot of areas. You could cut them up when they're green. You fucking put a chemical on them. They don't ripen and they fucking send them to you. And then they fucking spray them down. They ripen them. They put them in a air container or whatever that strikes the ripeness. And then they're at the fucking Walmart right next to you and they're ready to go when you fucking got them from Argentina or wherever the hell you fucking harvest them from. Dude, the fucking produce market fascinates me. How you can get just, and I know it's expensive, right? I know groceries are getting more expensive, but I still find it astonishing that I can get a case of blueberries from Chile, all the way in South America, in New Jersey. They're fucking fresh. They're fresh. They're from Chile, and I get them for like $6, $8, $10. I'm like, God damn. That's all I gotta spend? Like, I know it's like, damn, dude, it eats up at your salary and it's expensive to buy those produce. But like the logistics of actually getting those things to you is crazy. I think those aren't, that's like a value that isn't a cultural lie. I think like grocery store products, like produce specifically, the The price is usually reflective of the market.
Day. So is this really that different? You might say that luxury chocolate is way harder to make, but that's debatable. Some Japanese fruit takes decades of selective breeding and highly specialized farming techniques. Maybe you still think the $19 strawberry is stupid, and that's fair enough. But here's another perspective. To the average Japanese person, America's obsession with massive pickup trucks is just as absurd.
And you know why that is? I don't know if this is confirmed, but I find this to be a fair theory that I've heard. People in America like bigger cars because if you see a bigger car on the highway that towers over your car, you feel unsafe if you were to get in a car crash. So you yourself are subconsciously more likely to get a larger car when you go buy a car because you know all the other cars around you are big. And if you get in a car crash with them, you'll die. So if you're driving a Ford F-250, you know, you're a lot more safe in a scenario where you hit a Miata than that guy is from you. So if we're just constantly scaling because the cars are getting bigger and bigger and bigger because people feel more safe in larger cars.
Americans buy huge, expensive trucks, even if we never actually haul heavy equipment.
Dude, the majority of people that own trucks don't fucking use the truck bed. They just like trucks.
And never leave a paved road. They're both totally unnecessary emotional purchases. Conceptually, is that really much different from a $19 strawberry? Now, in order for any of this to work, the seller needs to provide cultural context. Notice the wooden plaque showing the origin. Without that culture,
that's just not true. What is it?
Cultural backdrop, it's just an overpriced strawberry. Even the packaging makes it look like a sacred relic, like the enchanted rose from Beauty and the Beast. That's something that all of the objects we've discussed so far have in common. They all have a marker of authenticity, whether it's a plaque,
marker of authenticity, or just something of status. It's the same thing with liquor. It's the same thing with anything, dude. You buy a nice bottle of alcohol. The alcohol on the inside might be fractionally better, but the bottle looks so good, dude. Like, if you buy, like, a Zool tequila, $200 for a bottle, or however much you spend, versus, like, fucking Patron versus Terramana, right? Like, they're gonna make it fancier to make you want it more. Like, even water, dude. Voss water comes in a fancy-ass bottle.
A certificate or an inscription, it's the marker of authenticity that shows that it's a genuine cultural symbol. Things get really weird when you transition from widespread cultural symbols to smaller subcultures. This one single Cheeto sold at auction for almost $88,000. This is Cheetozard, the perfect intersection of three niche subcultures. People obsessed with finding snacks that are kind of shaped like other things, Pokemon collectors, and a third, way stranger subculture that we'll get into in a minute. Now, we've talked a lot today about how good storytelling and presentation.
I don't even think, maybe not even a subculture, dude. People just like its status. If you own something that other people don't have, it's cool. If you achieve a rank that other people don't have, it's cool. People want to have things and achieve things that other people don't. Like, even in just like, not even spending money, ranked games, bro. Or like Minecraft. If you have a Minecraft world with your friends, you immediately want to obtain cool items that your friends don't have. You immediately want to scale faster than they do. Everything's about competition. And if everybody perceives something as valuable, you're the one that wants to obtain it.
And can turn ordinary, even ridiculous things into priceless treasures. But what happens when you have something that's actually good, like your work, your ideas, or your design portfolio? That's when great presentation becomes even more impactful. And it's why I want to quickly tell you about when you're ready to up to the video. First, let's just acknowledge the genius behind the name Cheetozard. That pun alone probably added like 10 grand to its value. Then they went even further, cleverly packaging it to resemble a trading card, tapping into the massive Pokemon card revival that began in the 2020s. The seller leveraged that cultural craze to boost the Cheeto's perceived value. Plus, it's a flamin' hot Cheeto. And
well, I always wonder too, like, at what point, sometime in the future, Pokemon cards, CSGO skins, all these other collectibles, Magic the Gathering cards, at some point, they will lose their value and they'll become the tulip trade of the modern day, right? eventually that rare Charizard card Logan Paul owns 50% of will actually be worth nothing because Pokemon will no longer exist, right? Like the trading card game, nobody will care about. People won't play the game. Like, yes, it might be 100 years, 200 years from now, but the universe is infinite, man. At some point, that's worth fucking nothing. Because eventually, people are not even going to know what Charizard is. Thousands of years from now, nobody's going to sit there and be like, yeah, this rare Charizard card's really still worth that amount of money. We'll all be dead, so it doesn't matter in our lifetime. But, like, it just shows you that it only has value because we say this is worth $10 million.
Charizard is a fire-type Pokemon, so...
It's a PSA 10.
There's that. What makes this wild is that someone was just sitting around scarfing down Cheetos when they picked this one up, paused, and said, hey, that's Charizard. And then they actually kept it safe for 2 years before auctioning it off. Imagine how many other Cheeto treasures have ended up chewed and forgotten. Statistically, at least one of you watching right now ate the next 5-figure snack because you don't spend your days examining Cheetos like some kind of junk food archaeologist. It's kind of like collectible.
Okay, well, I doubt that guy did either. He was probably just eating a bag of Cheetos and pulled it out and was like, oh, that's a weird shaped one.
Coins. You've probably had a rare coin worth thousands sitting in your pocket at one point.
Yeah, you actually did. That's probably true. You've probably come across a penny or a dollar bill that had a certain serial number or a year and a coin that was so rare, and it was probably worth like $1,000, and you used it, and then you got 25 cents out of it. Me, yeah, the money that comes into your hands and out of you've owned in your life, you have probably owned something that is worth like 40 or 50 times what you think it's worth, and then gotten rid of it.
You spent it at
whether it be dollar bills, skins in games, owned items, toys you had.
Vending machine, because you're not fluent in the
language. You had like a Hess truck that was rare from the 90s.
Language of coin collecting nerds. Maybe you bought some Cheetos with the coin. The point is, value depends so much on specialized cultural knowledge. But Cheetozard isn't even the most expensive Cheeto ever sold. That honor goes to the legendary Harambe-shaped Cheeto that sold...
Are you fucking serious? That I would rather have the Cheetozard. That looks like Charizard. That just looks like that looks nothing like Harambe, bro. That looks nothing like Harambe. If you showed me that, I would be like, this is just a disformed Cheeto. No part of me would even be like, it wouldn't flash in my brain unless you showed me the side by side.
Sold for a
You know how you know this is a piece of shit? Because the Charizard speaks for itself. You look at it and you go, that's Charizard. I need a side by side image. Put your hand in front of the fucking, in front of the gorilla, and you look at the Cheeto. What is that?
Staggering $100,000 in 2017. You probably remember Harambe, the gorilla from the Cincinnati Zoo. He became one of the internet's biggest memes. There was even a special salute that Harambe fans would use jokingly to pay tribute. Cheetozard highlights the subculture of auctioning off food shaped like weird things and the Pokemon subculture. But the third subculture, and arguably the most influential, is internet culture itself. The internet runs on absurdity, memes, and collective mad.
Bro, meme coins is the biggest example of value is a piece of shit. And you know the weirdest thing about meme coins to me is everyone wants to rug pull a meme coin, but when they get rug pulled, they get mad, you know? I would never start a coin because it's a scam, but like if you get into the meme coin space and you're investing in D's Nuts coin, and you're like, and then you get conned out of $100, you are going to try and do the same thing to another motherfucker. Because if you make money on a meme coin, that means that someone lost money on a meme coin. If you make money in crypto, somebody lost money. That's how it works, right? Stock market, similar, but a little bit different because it's like, you know, the value could rise and everybody keeps investing. But in meme coins, generally, where the market cap is so low, if you're making $1,000 in a meme coin, you just made $1,000 out of like 35 other people's pockets, right? You took, you know, dollars out of everybody else and then rugged it, right? Meme coins in general, it's like something could pop up. What's like a big meme where the meme coin did well? I don't know. A better example. That one, like, yeah, Doge is like is an older meme coin, but Doge is, yeah, an example of something that's like a funny meme, or it used to be a funny meme that people invested in. Another example, that 12-year-old that rugged a meme coin for like $30K, and then everybody got mad, and he made an I'm sorry coin, and everyone invested it, and then he rugged it again for like $25,000. Like, dude, I think he did it a third time, too, after that. That was live, too. Yeah, no, he fucking rugged the shit out of it and then just flipped everybody off and ended stream. Dude, that happens all the time now in modern society. People are like, this meme's funny. We're going to attribute value to this. That actually has no meaning.
Selling Cheetos for a fortune perfectly captures where we're at culturally. We love Pokemon, we love Cheetos, and more than anything else, we absolutely love blowing obscene amounts of money on objectively stupid things and then making rage bait content about it on the internet. How meta. The auction and the price becomes part of the meme and the subculture. There are dozens of other examples of this, by the way. There's the McDonald's Szechuan sauce packet that sold for like $15K in 2022 because it was featured in a Rick and Morty episode. Then there's the chicken McNugget shaped like an Among Us crewmate selling for almost $100K in 2023.
Bro, but who's buying this? Who's buying this? Genuinely. Like a Saudi billionaire? I don't understand. Me? Who has 100? Chat, you guys don't have $100 to spend on Among Us chicken nugget. You're not buying that.
Nothing makes sense anymore. Which brings us to the ultimate expression of absurd value, a $6.2 million banana duct taped to an art gallery wall. Originally titled Comedian, this artwork by Maurizio Catalan sold for around $150K a few years ago, but it's gone way up from there. It's almost like the absurdity level has ramped up in proportion.
Tax write-off? It's not a tax write-off.
To its price tag. It's easy to...
Art's a tax write-off if it's donated. What people try to do con-wise, but it's really seen through it, it's not as done as you might think. A lot of people try to buy art for very high amounts of money, appraise it for higher, and then donate it, and then they get a higher tax write-off than what they've spent, so it actually ends up saving them money. But in modern times, it's usually not... It's not as easy as you think. Like, to buy a $1,000 painting, appraise it for $500,000, and then donate it, and then, save yourself money on taxes. It's also, tax write-offs are only things... You only can write things off for taxes that are used for business-based reasons. You can't buy a $6 million banana on a wall and then say that it's for your business. Unless you literally own an art gallery.
Be outraged.
Unless you literally own an art gallery.
By the idea of some rich moron spending millions on a banana. And I think that's kind of the point. Just like Jackie Kennedy's fake pearls, you're not buying the object itself. Sarah Urist Green from The Art Assignment points out that the artwork isn't really about the banana. In fact, what you're actually buying is a certificate to display the artwork. And I'm sure you're noticing a pattern here with certificates and authenticity. But
bro, like NFTs. NFTs really died off, bro. You remember that whole era? This was probably, 2 years ago? Where everybody was crazed with like those apes, and people would make it their profile picture, the one they own, and then people in like Twitter replies would screenshot it and be like, I own your ape. And people would be like, you don't fucking own it. And they'd be like, well, I have a picture of it. I have a picture of the ape, so that means I own it. And half the people would get so pissed. They'd be like, well, you don't fucking own it. Be like, well, I have a photo of it. They'd make it their profile picture too. They change their bio to, I own a bored ape.
It's a lot deeper than that. The artwork is all of us. It's the memes, the people who flock to the art gallery, the clickbait articles, and even this video here talking about it. Our outrage gives it power and makes it famous. In my opinion, this is definitely a con game, but that perfectly reflects our current cultural reality. Life right now is absurd, confusing, and weird. The buyer is purchasing permission to participate in the performance of absurdity itself. Some people suspect that...
Yeah, I think it is. I think we're leaning into it more and more. And that's bad and funny at the same time. Like, we all know that half the shit we buy is actually not worth that, like, what we're paying for it, but you still buy it for the sake of doing it. Like, if you ever bought, like Marvel Rivals skins, I'll spend fucking $50 on Marvel Rivals credits to buy a cool Groot skin. It's not worth anything. It's a video game cosmetic. And it's not even like, it's worth less than like a CS skin. Because a CS skin, you can at least trade for money. It's just tied to my account. I just own that skin, and now I can fucking hit a cool emote. I spent $6 yesterday on fucking Blade, an emote of Blade giving Jeff a fade. Because I thought it was funny. I spent $6 on this. And I think it's worth the... It goes to show. I think it's worth that much. In my head, I bought it, and I went, props to Marvel Rivals for making that. Whoever the fuck came up with that idea, yeah, I'll give you $6 for it. Thanks. Now I'm just going to spam that emote in my lobbies.
that the artwork is just a money laundering scheme, and even that's part of the story and its value. The piece is called Comedian for a reason. The artist knew exactly what he was doing. Green goes on to explain that life today runs on outrage, each week offering a new controversy. But it's rarely directed at the stuff that truly deserves outrage, like insane wealth inequality, and instead focuses on trivialities like bananas taped to walls. The art piece represents a larger cultural idea and story. And maybe it sounds ridiculous to spend money on an idea, but Green brings up another great point. If you think it's ridiculous that a story or idea alone can be worth millions, consider this. What is intellectual property? A lot of it's just stories and ideas. What are internet views, influencer clout, and social media likes? It's all just intangible cultural capital. Bananas and Cheetos.
It's about attention, though. It's about attention. Influencers make money because you obtain attention for a certain amount of time. That's why you get pay. You have garnered the attention of 100,000 people, so that equates to some dollar amount to some company that wants to pay something to put an ad in your video so they could get money out of you in some way or another.
Arts might not be the art we want.
That's another reason I always say this. It's entirely optional to send me bits, donos, subs. You don't have to do it, right? You watching me is an even trade-off, because even if you've never bought any of my merch, you've never subbed to me, you've never given me bits, you watching my YouTube video and watching a Burger King ad that you got on my YouTube video gave me 0.0001 cents. Right? You gave me a fraction of a penny. You didn't give it to me. A company gave it to YouTube, which YouTube split 50-50 with me. But I obtained some value because your time is money. And you spending your time on me gives me a level of value in what I do as a job. And that's the same thing with all of the entertainment business. And it's the same with all of jobs in general. That's why you get paid per hour, right? Your time equates to money. And depending on the work or how much time you're doing or how professional or hard it is to do your job, that's why you make more money.
But they're the art we deserve.
What if I'm using an ad blocker? Oh no, then I'm not making anything. Then you've never given me a penny.
On the note of internet clout, don't forget to subscribe to this channel if you like the video, or don't. Nothing really matters in our $6 million banana world. But anyway.
Sorry, Joe, you're good, bro.
Up until now, we've looked at more mainstream.
I'm not going to crash out on my viewers for using an ad blocker.
Subcultures of hundreds of millions of people. But things get really weird when you step into hyper.
I was talking to Brady about that. He was like, he was talking about it. He's like, how much do you think? I probably lose a significant amount of revenue from people using ad blockers. But it's like, there's nothing you can do about it, and why even think about it?
Niche subcultures. People become laser focused on gear and technical details, sometimes completely losing sight of the original hobby itself. Sneakerheads are the perfect example. They'll spend hours searching for tiny factory errors like misaligned stitching or an off-center logo or even an upside down.
Yeah, and that's what's so weird to me, dude. Because if you buy a really good fake for, say, a quarter of the price of the actual real shoe, if no one else, in my head, I've thought about this before, I could buy a really good fake. And unless they were a genuine sneakerhead that took the shoe off my foot and looked at it, they would never know. But in my brain, I wouldn't want to own those shoes because I know they're not real. Isn't that crazy? Like, but it shows you it doesn't matter. Like, why would I rather not buy fake turbo greens for $50 that have the same materials, same stitching? They're just fake and they have like one logo misstep or something that you would have to really inspect the shoe for, or $600 real turbo greens.
Logo. These tiny slip-ups can send prices either skyrocketing or plummeting depending on the error.
I want the shoe market to fucking tank so bad. Just so they have to sell them for cheaper.
And whether the subculture decides that it's cooler.
No, it's not even that. It's resellers, bro. And I understand that's like a hustle, and I can respect that, but it's like, fuck, dude. What's like people that do it for like Pokemon packs where they just like buy out the vending machines so kids can't even use the fucking Pokemon cards? Like people that are actually interested in the trading card game aren't able to get new Pokemon packs. They love Pokemon. They play all the games. They want to get the new packs. Oh, sorry, scalpers. They got it. They resold it. Or like the PS5s, that really annoyed me. That era when the PS5 and the Xbox Series X came out and people were buying like 50 PS5s being like, what's up guys? I got PS5s, reselling them for $800 a piece if you want one, hit my line. I'd be like, yo, you're a loser. Like you're taking the fun away from a kid that wants to play video games and was asking his mom for that for Christmas and now be really scraping by, but they're trying to be a good parent and get their kid something they deserve. Their kid's going to be happy about it, but they're not really going to be able to appreciate it until fucking 20 years down the line. And then they're going to look back at it and feel bad, right? Like, that's an experience you're going to fucking have, right? Like, your parents have, I'm not saying this of everybody, but there's so many situations where they just like did that for me and got conned by somebody knowingly just because they were trying to make me happy. Like, the amount of parents that have to go through that in modern time, like our generation, but my half, right? I think you guys are on like, a lot of you guys are, I'm in like the middle of Gen Z. A lot of you guys are on the back end of Gen Z. Like, I'm 23. When hoverboards dropped, everybody wanted them for Christmas, bro. And I remember that was like the start of like fakes, resale scalpers, like coming out, like actually just like conning you out of money for fucking a hoverboard that's worth $100.
Of Air Jordan 1s, known as the reverse shattered backboard, sold for almost $150K just because the Nike logo was stitched upside down.
I mean, that's what the Travis Scott's shoes are backwards and they're worth like fucking $3,000.
Oh, and by the way, there's also an Air Jordan Cheeto up for auction right now. At the time of writing, the highest bid is over $5,000. Idiots with their Cheetos, man. Shit. But here's what's weird. While these enthusiasts meticulously dissect visible details under a magnifying glass, sometimes literally, they're equally obsessed with chasing something you can't measure or quantify at all. Audiophiles will spend thousands on vintage vacuum tubes, meticulously analyzing schematics, filament currents, and plate impedances. Yet what they're really chasing is something totally intangible and subjective. They want some vague, ethereal tube warmth or mojo that's impossible to measure. At least with visuals, you can put two things side by side and instantly compare. But audio relies entirely on memory. You have to listen to two different sounds, one after the other. By the time you're making your judgment, your subjective mind has already started messing with you. Audiophiles swear they can hear the difference in warmth from one tube to another, and maybe they can, but nobody else notices or cares. Mechanical keyboard enthusiasts are no better. They'll analyze switch
Oh my God, bro. I know that's half of my chat. The TikToks where you see somebody and they're going, orange creams. I don't give a fuck. I'm buying the same fucking shit, a dirty ass keyboard. I'm buying the same fucking Huntsman keyboard. I've gone through 10 of these, dude. I spill my Red Bull or my fucking G Fuel or whatever I'm drinking on them every time. I've gone through 1 million of them. I'm gonna buy the same one. I'm not swapping out the fucking keys. And then at some point, I'm gonna spill some shit on it. It's gonna break, and then I'm gonna buy a new one.
Actuation force. Carefully lubricate each individual spring and refine technical details down to like a fraction of a millimeter. And yet, their ultimate goal isn't technical perfection at all. It's finding the perfect typing sound, whatever that
sounds very important. Bro, I don't want it to be that loud. Wait, let me listen to this sound. Hold up. I don't really have click keyboards. Wait, let me play. Can you guys hear this? Like, I like that, where it's not loud. It's just like like barely. Yeah, I don't want it loud. I hate that shit. When you're on a Discord call and I hear, oh my God, I get so fucking mad. I want to be like, yo, if I'm in a Discord call with my friend and we're playing a video game and I actively hear him WASDing and I hear him going, and I hear when he's getting into a big fight. I don't even need to be watching his screen. I can hear when shit's getting crazy because he's quiet, but I just hear, and he's just fucking hitting it. And he's just spamming the keys, clacking back and forth. I'm like, dude, they're that loud? You're fucking 10 feet away from your mic? Or your keyboard's 10 feet away from your mic and I still fucking hear it?
Maybe they want something clicky.
Oh my God, that's literally the noise. Oh, that's literally, I hate that.
Or something poppy.
I hate that. Oh.
Or my personal favorite, something thocky.
That's kind of mine.
Looking for a perfect feel that's totally subjective and intangible. And the rabbit hole goes deeper when it comes to musical instruments. You've probably heard of Stradivarius violins. They were made hundreds of years ago by a master violinist. Musicians insist these priceless musical instruments have almost mythical tonal qualities. But blind tests repeatedly show that even expert violinists can't reliably hear the difference between a multi-million-dollar Stradivarius and a well-crafted modern violin. If experts can barely tell a difference, the average audience member at a concert will never be able to tell. But still, the myth lives on. As a bass player, I'm part of a subculture fixated on vintage Fender bass guitars. Early 1960s
I was just about to say, dude, like OG guitar, even the style of guitar, which does change, you know, potentially like the quality of the, you know, noise coming out of it. But if you're using like different types of electric guitars, people will hype up like styles just for even looks, just because they say it's better. Because a well-known guitarist that like played for Leonard Skinner or fucking somebody that was a part of Metallica used this guitar.
Their basses and guitars were very well made, but they've become more expensive than a new car at this point. The thing is,
$33,000.
We still want to own vintage instruments. So collectors have started to obsess over Fenders from the 1970s. The thing is, Fender's quality control by that time was awful. They got acquired by a larger company and they basically just ran quality into the ground. These basses are often heavier than a boat anchor. They have unstable necks that warp like a banana, and they're just not very well.
That's an ugly fucking guitar. That's worth that much money.
Well made. Don't get me wrong, there are some great Fender guitars from the 70s, but it's very hit or miss. And yet people gladly spend thousands of dollars chasing that intangible magic mojo that no one can define, but everyone swears exists. They'll analyze wood grain patterns, fretboard radius, serial.
It's not a guitar, it's a bass guitar. It's not called a guitar, a bass. I thought it's a bass guitar. It's not called a guitar. Really? I've always said you play bass guitar. I'll say that. Oh, I sound like an idiot then.
Numbers. They're shelling out money for instruments that
I'm not a guitar expert. I used to play guitar when I was a kid, but I played an acoustic guitar.
Often objectively bad because of a feeling that they can't even put into words. And maybe that's the central...
For years, too. I was actually pretty good. I wish I stuck with it. I'm not pretty good, meaning pretty good for like a 5th grader. Like, I knew how to play songs just on the dome. I don't know anymore at all. But I thought it was boring and nerdy, so I stopped playing instruments.
Irony in all these niche communities. The deeper you dive into these tiny obsessive groups, the more value becomes disconnected from mainstream culture and shared meaning. Instead, it turns inward. It becomes intensely personal and self-serving and borderline neurotic. It's an absurd contradiction, spending thousands of hours and dollars painstakingly dissecting concrete, measurable details, yet simultaneously pursuing something completely invisible and impossible to quantify.
Bro, that guitar's broken to shit. They tried to sell that on Pawn Stars. It's in pieces.
These communities aren't looking for wide recognition or mass appeal. In fact, their neurotic, obsessive nature actually thrives because nobody else understands or cares. The value these communities search for is personal and more about the pursuit itself. You're praying the next overpriced vintage purchase finally plugs that gaping hole of existential dread. You can keep buying instruments older than your dad and sneakers that didn't pass quality control, but try not to spiral too hard when you realize it's all a lie. All kidding aside, if you can afford to spend money on this stuff, it's fine, I guess. I buy stupid collectible things too. If you enjoy it, have fun with it, just don't let it own you. You're more than just a collection of things that you possess. What all of these people are searching...
Well, yeah, I think it boils down to just an obsession of, you know, modern society with materialism, but...
...for is genuine human connection. Ultimately, the objects we own help us feel linked to something bigger, a community, a subculture, or even an entire civilization. That's what $19 strawberries, fake pearl necklaces, and expensive guitars really represent. Tiny slices of connection. Most of us are...
I'll say this too about restaurants. I think like a local sushi place is better than like Nobu. And I've been to Nobu. No, for those of you that don't know, like it's the same, it's like value that's attributed to restaurants and I guess the prestige of certain restaurants as well. Like this was back when I used to be able to eat steak. But like I've been to a Jeff Ruby's, best steak I've ever had. Not worth $300 fucking dollars. I've been to Nobu. I would say the best sashimi and nigiri I've ever had, but I would rather have 10 times as many pieces for the same exact price from a local sushi place. You know, that I would rather take the 10% decrease in quality for an 80% decrease in price.
We're so disconnected and starved for meaning that we'll pay almost anything for it. Sometimes that search genuinely fulfills us. Other times it just leaves us emptier than before.
Wagyu beef is so ass, thank you. Oh my God, thank you. Oh, finally somebody fucking said it. Wagyu beef is fucking disgusting. Wagyu beef is fucking disgusting. A high quality aged filet would be like the steak that I would ideally eat in like a situation. I think people, if you've never had Wagyu beef, you're literally just eating fat. Like you're literally just eating fat. That is all. It's so gross. It's so gross. It's so highly praised. I had it. The first bite tastes good. You only need one bite. If you're ever at a place where you could buy 1 ounce or 2 ounces of Wagyu beef, yeah, sure, go fucking buck wild, dude. Go crazy. But don't buy a whole fucking Wagyu steak. If you eat, I was at a wedding one time. This was when I was like probably 13. And they were like, they had to buy the room. This was at a Jeff Ruby's. They had to buy the room. And if you buy the room, you're getting charged at least like $6,000, right? Because it's at a high quality restaurant. You're taking up a huge amount of space. You own this room for 4 hours, 5 hours. You have to spend at least $6,000. If you don't spend $6,000, we're going to charge $6,000. So they were telling everybody, buy the most expensive shit that you want, because even if we spend $3,000, we still have to pay $6,000, so you might as well spend more. So I was like, okay, I'll buy Wagyu steak. I ate the whole fucking thing. It was like 5 ounces. And then I ate a bunch of other appetizers too. It was a smaller steak, 5-ounce steak. If I'm getting a filet, I would normally get like a 10-ounce steak, right? I eat the steak that night. Oh my God, I threw up. I had the worst stomach pain I've ever had, and I know it was from the fucking fatty steak, because everything else I ate that day, I've eaten before. It was that fucking steak. It was just fat, dude. But near the end of it, I was like sluggishly eating it. And it was only like a 5-ounce steak. I go 3 ounces in, I'm like, I feel like I'm eating lard, dude.
Eventually, cultural artifacts fade into obscurity. My friend
was the vegan teacher. I ain't the vegan teacher. I had a piece of an aged filet there. It was the best steak I've ever had in my entire life. That Wagyu steak was fucking disgusting.
And Rafi was telling me how 20 years ago, a beautifully restored vintage wooden
It tasted good, yeah, and then it sits in your stomach, and you immediately get repulsed by it.
Radio might fetch $1,000. Today, you'd struggle to get $300 for it. It doesn't matter how old, rare, or cool something is if nobody remembers why they should care. Once you lose the cultural context, the value fades with it. Cultural relevance eventually fades, but personal relevance can endure a lifetime. The most meaningful connections to objects are deeply personal. Imagine your house is on fire and you only have time to save one.
Bro, that's also why I try to have, like, this is not a merch plug, by the way. Merch is out, though. Anyways, that's why I try to make my merch, like, shit that has nothing to do with me. Not only because I think it's cringy when influencers make merch that's just, like, directly attributed to their face or name, but it's also, like, at some point, you're not going to watch me, you know? At some point, you're not going to watch me. I'm going to fall off. I won't do social media anymore. You'll still be able to wear that shirt, right? But if I just had a shirt that said Joe Bartolozzi and you just stop, you're never going to wear that again. But if it says Memento Mori, it has a cool design, you fuck with it, it has value and meaning outside of me.
An object. Your choices are a brand new $4,000 MacBook Pro or something worthless to everyone else but deeply meaningful to you. Maybe it's a junky wristwatch from a deceased parent. Your scuffed up wedding ring.
God, what's that called? Like heirlooms. Things that you pass down from family member to family member. Those are priceless, dude. Some shit that your grandpa, your dad, your mom, your grandma owns that they're going to hand to you and you're supposed to hand to your kids. Those are the most valuable things you'll have because they're directly attributed to your family.
Or a stuffed animal from your first date with your longtime partner. Most people would reach instinctively for the sentimental object. Maybe you're not sure, but the fact that it isn't an easy choice reveals what we truly value. It reminds me of that scene in Pulp Fiction where Butch, played by Bruce Willis, risks his life for an old, beat-up wristwatch. To anyone else, it's worthless. You couldn't pawn it for $20. But to Butch, it's everything. His father carried it through unimaginable hardships during war, ultimately dying before Butch ever got to meet him. The watch is the closest Butch ever got to his father. Within that personal context, a worthless old timepiece becomes priceless.
I think that's like, as an example, like my grandpa recently died. I got all the cologne that he had, and it's only worth like $40. It is the great, I don't care about assets. I don't care about money going where, right? That is like you know, he gave me a watch when I graduated high school, right? I will keep, regardless of how much that watch is ever worth, I'm never selling it, right? I would ideally give that watch to my kid whenever I have a kid when he graduates high school, right? Similarly, it would be the same transition where you hold those things because, yes, they might have some level of monetary value, but they also mean something to you, right? So I could respect that out of art. I could respect that out of family heirlooms. I just think that some people broadcast an overt value to things that don't really have any value outside of a very short span of time where they give it some high level of value because of hype and social strain on that situation, if that's the right thing to say, like a meme or something that's popping off so it gains value. Meme coins rise, CSGO skins rise, popular game things, right? Accounts that are tied to like certain Fortnite skins, like shit like that. That's kind of stupid to me. But if you're like the other situations where it's like, wow, this is really meaningful to the people around me, myself, this matters, that's great, right?
Is why personal value is so powerful. It transforms ordinary objects into irreplaceable repositories of meaning. The most valuable objects aren't those recognized by broad cultures or niche communities. They're the ones tied directly to our personal stories. The objects worth obsessing over are the ones that remind us who and what we care about. Please consider supporting me on Patreon. My plan is...
W fucking video, dude. I loved that. This reminds me of a weird cultural narrative about hand sewing. I'm a seamstress. Most of the garments I make involve some sort of hand sewing. Usually use hand sewing for preparing garments. People are actually incredibly impressed and think things are more valuable when I hand sew them, hand sew parts of the initial construction. When the same effort and skill goes into repair, it suddenly makes people perceive the repair work as less valuable. Yeah, people like skilled hand-based labor, like handcrafted goods are always promoted. People like things that are made by hand rather than machine. Damn, dude. That's also another thing. Even if the quality is exactly the same. Because you know more time went into it. That's really what it is.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI can spot roadblocks and assign work in a snap, so everything and everyone stays on track. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
Next video. Which country has the worst manners? Etiquette expert answers questions. We've seen this guy before talk about etiquette. It's really fascinating. If you remember, he showed how you're supposed to properly eat peas, and he stabbed them with a fork, which I thought was interesting because I always thought you would eat in peas with a spoon.
If you saw the late Queen eat a burger, all of a sudden she is not the late Queen because the Queen does not eat burgers. I'm sure the Queen did eat a burger in private.
Why does the Queen not eat burgers? Is that like a rule? Because it's like commoner food.
What do you think the Queen's McDonald's order would have been?
Oh, she was...
the Queen of England probably would have gotten a fish fillet of fish, rather.
Anyone's for a fillet of fish. She was. She did. Hello, I'm William Hanson. I'm an etiquette coach, and today I'm answering questions from the Honesty Box.
It's not a pre-watch, bro. That's honestly, it's me stereotyping British people. Like, what? What would the late old Queen of England get at McDonald's? Probably a fish sandwich.
Should you tell someone if they have bad manners? This is the politeness paradox. It is technically bad manners to point out people's bad manners themselves. Makes my job one of the rudest jobs going, but
Dude, pointing out bad manners would be so lame. It depends how bad of manners somebody has. Like this I'm pointing out. You know, imagine you're having a conversation with me at dinner. Yeah, so, I don't know. I just kind of... Hold up. You just coughing into the air. Something like that. You know, that's disgusting. That's not even bad manners. That's just like you're spreading illnesses, you know. Cough into your elbow, your shoulder. It's only okay for kids. Bro, even a kid coughing, dude, just like straight, like one of those like, cover your fucking mouth. Like I would say something about that. But if it's like, oh, they have their elbows on the table or they're fucking cutting a steak wrong. I'm not saying shit.
I think it's better to lead by example rather than to actually tell them off. And if you are going to sort of correct them, it should be done in a very gentle, compassionate way.
Perfect answer. When you're done, just chuck it on the ground.
Can I place them there?
How politely can you chuck it away?
How should you hold a knife and fork? Great question.
Yo, I used to hold my fucking knives and forks like a caveman. Where's like an object? I used to use a fork like you're supposed, like, okay, if I'm cutting a steak, you know, and then I think you're supposed to switch hands, right? Aren't you supposed to put it down and switch hands and then eat it? That's stupid as fuck. Cut it, eat. Cut it, eat. There's been times where I'm so lazy that I will cut it, stab it with the knife, eat it. But when I was a kid, I used to hold a spoon like this. Like if this was the spoon. Like I used to eat cereal and I would just hold the spoon or a fork and I would stab shit like this, like a caveman. You've told us that already? Oh yeah, sorry, I mentioned that 2 years ago and you remember that. I can't repeat myself ever. The holidays are here. And the sports are kicking up, whether it be the NHL, the College Football Bowl, the NFL games, or anything of those sorts. Sports are bigger than ever. And what a better way to spice up the holiday games than with DraftKings Sportsbook. The sponsor of today's video. New DraftKings customers signing up with promo code JOEB can place a $5 bet and get $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. I'm a big parlay guy. Love a 3-pick parlay. Talk about it on stream all the time. It doesn't mean you need to be. You know, the crown's yours. That's DraftKings slogan. You know, you can, bet on whatever sport you want to. In whichever way you want to. That's why the crown's yours. Anyways, and if DraftKings Sportsbook isn't yet available in your state, you could still take part in DraftKings Fantasy. So sign up for DraftKings today. Link in description. Download the app. Use promo code JOEB at sign up. Place a $5 bet. And if your bet hits, you get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Thank you to DraftKings for sponsoring this video. And let's get back into it.
Well, look what's in the honesty box for me already. Some very expensive looking cutlery. So conventionally, the fork was held in the left hand and the knife was held in the right hand. But this goes back to a right hand bias when you were not allowed to use your left hand.
Oh my God, do left-handed people hold it the opposite way? Anybody that's left-handed in chat, do you hold the fork with your left hand or no?
To write or to carry your knife, and that's not necessarily just a table knife, that was your sword as well. So there was very much a bias on the right hand. Today, it is if you are left-handed, all God's creatures, it's absolutely fine. They're all amongst us. You can just switch the cutlery. You still hold it in exactly the same way, and that is with your index finger going down the shaft of the fork, stopping just before the bridge, and your finger going down the shaft of the knife, stopping where the blade.
Why does this shit matter? Who's fucking watching that? Like, I'm not going to a restaurant just fucking like, ooh, the index finger's a little too far up the neck of that fork there, buddy. That's not common etiquette.
And the handle meet. So whether you're eating in a left-handed way or in a more conventional right-handed way, this is how you hold a knife and fork. And we want the handles of the cutlery tucked into the palm of your hand. We don't want them sticking out like so. And ideally, try not to hold a knife like a pen because you won't have as much control of what you're cutting. And that's when you get petit pois flying off onto your neighbour's lap. And nobody wants that. How do you say scone? Scone.
Scone? Why do people say it's scone and think scone is posher?
I think people say scone because they think it sounds posher, like bone or cone, but no, it's scone. Although there is an argument.
Oh my God, who cares? Who cares? What is a scone? I don't even know what a scone is. Is that like a pastry? Is that some shit that people eat for breakfast? What is a scone? Scone. A scone. It's a traditional British food. This is a scone. It looks weird. It looks like a fucking cookie, but like a biscuit cookie. Okay. It has like cream cheese or some shit on it. Ew. I mean, it didn't look bad. It didn't look good, but...
They do sort of have origins at the Palace of Scone in Scotland, so there is an argument that nobody is correct, and we should say scoons. But you sound like a loon if you say that. So, no, it's scone, because once it's scone, It's gone. Why are elbows on the table rude? So, yeah, I mean, if it's a dining table, it's actually very hard to eat with your...
No, I disagree. I will stand on the elbows on the table being perfectly normal and good. It's casual conversation. If I'm having a conversation, I'm probably crossing my arms and I'm putting both of my elbows on the table. At a restaurant, at a fancy restaurant, I'll sit like this. I don't give a fuck. Because this isn't the 16th century. I'm pretty sure historically the elbows on the table rule was a thing because they used to have wide tables that they would like lay on top of like pedestals or something. And if you put your elbows on the table, it would flip the table. So it was like, it wasn't even etiquette. It was just like, hey, if you put your elbows on the table, you're going to fucking knock everything off. But that's not a thing anymore. So it's like, who cares? You know, if there's no room on the table to put your elbows, all right, fine, don't put your elbows on the table. But it's like, most restaurants, you have more than enough space.
Elbows on the table. But towards the end of a meal is normally when you see people doing it, is that particularly if it's a dinner and they're getting a bit tired and they need a bit of support. Historically, why we don't do that is because the dining tables that we used to dine from in the medieval period were, they weren't secure tables like this. They were benches.
Hey, I know history.
With sheets of wood put on top of them. And the food was served completely differently from how it would be served now. And it was sort of put down almost like a big buffet down the middle of the table for balance and to secure it. So if you then started putting weight on another part of the table, you would tip the tables, and thus it was bad manners for you to put your elbows on the table.
But I wouldn't even say that's bad manners. Like, manners is like this, like, posh, like richy rich way of conducting yourself at a formal dinner. You know, how you're supposed to it's very small things you're supposed to do to impress and not upset other people at the dining table. Fuck that, right? Just don't be an asshole. Like, it's just, I feel like it's very simple.
Doesn't really have anything to...
Don't blow your nose. I blow my nose at the table sometimes. That's bad manners. Bro, but if I gotta blow my nose, that pisses me off. If I gotta blow my nose, I don't want to have to get up, go to the bathroom, blow my nose, come back. It's gross. What if I'm eating hot wings? See that now I'm in a fucking hold up. I'm gonna get real fucking angry about this. Cause I've had people get mad at me that I've blown my nose at a fucking table before in my family. And I've got, not mad, but they're like, you shouldn't do that. Yo, if I'm eating buffalo wings, my hands are covered in shit. My mouth is covered in shit. My nose is running because the wings have a lot of vinegar and are spicy. Let me get up and go to the bathroom. I'm already disgusting, right? I'm already covered in filth. You know, what?
To do with etiquette. It was more sort of safety of the food and ensuring that you had food. And we're now sort of 500 plus years later so ingrained that we just don't put our elbows on the table. We sort of equate it to looking bad. It does look bad, but historically it had nothing to do with looking bad. It was just to do with the food.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Should you always say bless you? Not so much anymore.
The old predicament when somebody sneezes multiple times in a row. I've gotten to know there's a type of person that sneezes multiple times in a row. I'm a one sneeze and I'm good. Bless you. Thank you. You have a friend. Sneeze, 4 times, sneeze. And then you say it once. Right, but it is really awkward when you're like, sneeze, bless you. They sneeze again, bless you. They sneeze again, bless you. You see him winding up for the 4th one. Don't you fucking sneeze.
Or there is an argument for not...
I can't do more than 3.
Saying it. It goes back to sort of saying... You would say bless you to someone else because in the medieval times they had the bubonic plague or might have had the bubonic plague, and so you were saying bless you as their...
Wait, that was where it started, was the bubonic plague? I knew you said bless you because it was like, oh, you might be getting sick, and getting sick in the olden times meant you were probably going to fucking die. I didn't know it was during the plague times.
A soul left their body as they were on their way to whatever comes next. Hopefully, touch wood, we're all okay now, so there's no need to say that. But I think, again, it's like the elbows on the table thing. It's a hangover.
Knocking on wood is also based in, like, spiritual origin. I know that. Like, when you knock on wood, that's based off some sort of either religion or, like, spiritual belief that, like, trees had something in them that would prevent, like, evil spirits.
So it probably is better to say bless you.
I knock on wood all the time. That's like one superstition that I say bless you when people sneeze, and I knock on wood.
Sort of stare at them.
Knock on wood, question mark? Yeah. Like, if you're like, the Eagles are going to win this Super Bowl, knock on wood. Like, you're making a claim of something that will happen, and you're confident of it, and so you don't want to jinx it, so you knock on wood. Or you're talking about something that you don't want to happen, and then you knock on wood because you don't want it to happen, you know?
As they say, nothing. There is
never heard of that in my life. What? You've never heard of knock on wood? That's like, dude, I feel like you hear that every other day. Do you live in a cave?
Societal expectation that you say bless you. Should you raise your pinky when drinking tea?
Oh, God.
Lovely.
Damn it, dude. These questions are pissing me off.
Question. And again, out of my box comes a nice cup and saucer from the nearest charity shop. So, in terms of extending your little finger, it's a bit sort of Disney Hollywood to think that you do this and that posh people do this. You don't. You keep that finger tucked in. How we hold a teacup is by pinching with the thumb and the index finger between the handle.
I don't think I've ever used a teacup in my fucking life, bro. I'm drinking tea out of a fucking coffee mug. That's what I'm going to do.
And the rest of our fingers follow the shape of the handle, and we keep our elbow nice and tucked in. The sticking the little finger thing comes from a couple of origins for it, but the one I like to say is supposedly in the court of Louis XIV and XV, where tea drinking was at its peak. It had just come in. It was very heavily taxed. It was only the royal family in France. And
you heard of throwing salt over your shoulder as a superstition. Yeah, but that's only if you spill salt. I'll do that. And that's really annoying when you spill. I spill salt when I'm cooking, and then you're in your own fucking kitchen, and then I'm sitting here going, I just dump salt on the floor. But it's like I have to. You know, it's easier when you're at a restaurant. You knock over the salt shaker, you're like, you know, you don't got to clean it up. It's whatever. Now you're in your own fucking abode. You got to fucking toss salt on the floor. It sucks.
Not realizing that
I am going to skip the fucking pinky tea one because I don't give a shit about that.
Should men pay on the first date?
You should offer. Chivalrous. I think a lot of people... Chat, should men pay on the first date? I think a lot of people, like, with, like, male and female equality, like, some guy, there's, like, a type of guy that'll be like, well, why do I have to pay on the first date then? Why don't you pay? Why don't you pay? Why don't you split? Because it's still chivalrous, right? Just because you want men and women to be equal doesn't mean you shouldn't be nice. Like, it's the chivalrous thing to do. It's a nice thing to do as a guy to be like, yo, can I pay on the first date? You know, like, let me pay, you know? Or splitting's fine. Like, it depends on the couple. You know, you arrange that with your girlfriend or boyfriend, whoever you're with, you know? You figure that the fuck out. But it's like first date and you're a guy, offer to pay.
So I would say the one...
What do gay men do? Split? Mask pays? Is that real? Is that real? No way. There's no way.
One of the biggest areas of change with etiquette is around dating. And I would say...
Any gay chatters know what happens? Like, what do you do? Ask ChatGPT. Yeah, for gay men that go on dates, why would I fucking ask ChatGPT that?
Whoever
when there's probably gay people in my chat that could just answer the question for me. I'm a lesbian. All right, well, what do lesbians do?
The date should pay.
I'm not trying to sound like a dumbass. I'm actually asking because I don't know. Like, I want to know. Like, who pays? You don't always split. There's no... And maybe it's just like you both offer to pay. Somebody just ends up paying. It's just situational.
So if I asked somebody out on a date, other than my husband being slightly alarmed that I've done that, but if I asked someone out on a date, I would pay. If they asked me out on a date, they would pay.
Oh my God, that's so... Wow, that solves everything. See, this is why we watch this guy. He fucking knows everything. The person that asks the other on the date should be the one to pay. I think that makes sense in general. And it's usually the guy that asks the girl out on the date. Whoever's the one that's like, hey, you want to go on a date? Yeah, no, that's valid. Because that is lame as hell if you ask somebody out on a date and then expect them to pay. That's weird. That's really weird. You go, hey, I just said that. Yeah, well, Zod, I kind of like filter out your chats mentally.
Can you split the bill? Maybe if the date had gone badly and you think there's absolutely not a hope in hell of us ever meeting again.
Date went badly, you go to the bathroom and just jump out the window and leave.
However, some people say they'd much rather split the bill even if it's the most phenomenal date and then everyone just pays, half. It's fine. As long as you talk to one another and everyone's happy with whatever arrangement, it doesn't really bother me.
What else has changed in dating?
The Georgians had a lovely idea, which I do think we could bring back, called the bundling board, which is where you were allowed to, once a couple had become engaged, they were allowed to spend the night together, but not to, see if, they were compatible in that way, but just to sort of see, did they snore, for example. And so a wooden board was put down the middle of the bed, and it was always in the bride-to-be's family house. The family would wait up to hear if there are any untoward noise.
Wait, what? So when they were engaged, they would sleep together to see if they hated, not sleep like fuck. They would sleep like sleep to see if they couldn't lay in bed together.
Noises going on upstairs, and you would just sort of spend the night together just to see, did they pass wind? Were they pleasant to share a bed with? And I think we all need to bring that back. Worst thing to eat while following proper etiquette.
Bro, I'm ripping ass 5 times a night. Yeah, just say fart. Yeah, passing wind. Rip ass. Are they farting? Yeah.
Can't.
What does Brooke say? Dude, there's sometimes where I'll eat, if I eat a lot of, broccoli or asparagus, my farts will smell so bad, and it's so funny. She'll get, really upset sometimes, but it's so funny. I'll rip ass, and it'll be a silent one. And, 10 seconds go by, and I'm sitting there, and I'm just trying to, keep my composure. And then randomly she'll go, oh, and then fucking get up. Oh, and then stand up. Silent but deadly. Yeah, no, the loud ones are usually normal.
Well, burgers are pretty, while following proper etiquette.
Worst thing to eat while following proper etiquette. Chicken wings. No, ribs. Ribs. What's the worst food to eat? Crabs. No, it's not ribs, not chicken wings, crabs. Going to fucking, getting a bib and fucking trying to fucking, peel out the meat and dunk it in butter. Your hands are covered in shit. It's not hard. I'm not saying it's hard. I'm saying it's disgusting.
Etiquette. Well, burgers are pretty sort of messy. I mean, sort of restaurant burgers, where they are so big, you are going to have to deconstruct the burger. I know I get into a lot of controversy online for doing that. I think possibly my Esther.
Well, I'm not deconstructing a burger. If I ever see some shit where if they tell me the weight of the burger on the menu, don't order it. Don't order it. That's the Joe Bart rule of thumb. If they tell you the weight of the patty, they're about to wheel that bitch out. The bottom bun's going to be sopping wet, and it's going to be that thick of a fucking burger. Like they just took a packet of ground beef and went, and then plopped it. The fucking guy on coke in the back that's cooking that shit up mushed it, fucking just wedged it on there. You're at some diner. Fuck that.
America has been terminated, but it is better just to sort of...
That's the best? You like that? Chat, thin or thick burgers? Thin, smash burger, or not even a smash burger. Just I think this thin or thinner. If the burger's that thick, half pound, yuck. You can't make that taste good.
Construct it and cut and eat it with a knife.
Just stack multiple thin burgers. Just get 3 thin burgers.
And fork. Yes, they're delicious if that's your thing and you want to eat a burger, whether it's beef, chicken, or a veggie burger. However, it is a burger at the end of the day. And if you're trying to present a certain type of image to either the person you're on a date with, a colleague, a future employer, an ambassador, whoever it is, don't order the burger. If you saw the late Queen eat a burger, all of a sudden she is not the late Queen, because the Queen does not eat burgers. I'm sure the Queen did eat a burger in private, but in public you have your public and private image, and actually sometimes you need to not necessarily order the thing that you want to. Go back the next day and have the burger when you're not around other people if you desperately want it.
What do you think the Queen's McDonald's order would have been? A secret McDonald's order?
Oh, she was anyone's for a fillet of fish. She was. She did.
Filet of fish.
Is it okay to ask for seconds? No. If it is offered, if you come to my house and there is leftover...
Who the fuck asks for seconds?
Lasagna or something, I would say, would anyone like any more? That is fine. But if you can see some lasagna on the side...
Me? I don't think I've ever asked for seconds. I don't think it's rude. Usually you're just offered. Any situation where you want seconds, it's probably like a buffet style, no? Like if you're at a family dinner, they probably have more food than you need, at least in the US. From how I understand US family dinners, there's always more food made than needed. And so you could just grab what you want. You make your own plate. Versus like dinner actually... Do you guys have dinners where you're actually served? Like where they pre-make the plate for you?
And it hasn't been
No.
offered. Unfortunately, as a guest, you can't say anything. And maybe that's because the host is thinking, good, well, that'll do my lunch tomorrow. So I don't need to offer. Or maybe there's only one portion and there are 6 guests. And actually...
Thanksgiving? That's the one holiday where you're definitely just making your own shit. What? Thanksgiving? Your family makes pre-made plates? I would hate that. I would fucking hate that. There's too many things. I don't want somebody to choose for me. You know, I want to grab 3 rolls, lot of bread. Get a lot of bread because I'm not a big fan of the Thanksgiving meal. 2 pieces of turkey, some sweet potatoes, some mac, you know, other shit. And then you have like that one family member that's just munching down like broccoli. Not broccoli, something vegetable wise, just munching it and be like, oh, could I have more of that? Yeah, by all means, buddy, you could have a whole fucking plate. Yeah, somebody want peas, like mashed peas.
Someone's going to, well, quite a lot, 5 people could potentially get left out. So no, if it's not offered, don't ask for it. Do you break the rules when you're alone?
Don't care.
Leave a word.
You're trying to... Boring doesn't quite know. Where a little bit of was fun. Swear. Is it ever okay to fucking swear? No, it fucking isn't. Let's be honest.
I'm cursing in casual conversation. At a dinner. At any dinner. The only time I will refrain from cursing is like when in class. Like when I was in college or high school, like I wouldn't curse. Not around my grandparents, I'm cursing. I'm cursing around the grandparents. Don't care. I curse in college. It depends on the professor. You know, most professors don't care. But you would curse in casual conversation in college. You're not like asking the teacher a question and be like, what do you think about this fucking thing? No, you just have a regular ass conversation curse. But like, that's different.
Yes.
I don't around my family. I mean, I don't know. Maybe certain family members I wouldn't curse around. But I don't know, man. I'm like 23 now. I'm like, if I'm really in a situation where I'm not allowed to curse, bro, that's like lame as hell.
People swear.
That's lame as hell.
I think if you swear all the time, again, it loses its currency.
Your mom? Yeah. What am I, 5? Yo, what? You don't curse around your mom? Yo, I am even around kids. No, if I'm like in a public setting, I'm not going to be like sailor mouth, you know, just ripping curse words. But in like a casual conversation, I'd still be like, yeah, that's fucking stupid.
If you're a Gordon Ramsay and you're swearing like,
around my mom, though, yeah, I'm cursing.
It's almost big.
Dude, I remember the first time, I keep pausing. I remember the first time I cursed out loud. I stubbed my toe outside and I bent down and I went, shit. And I looked around. It's in 3rd grade. I started casually cursing in like 4th grade, which might be early, but I was just I remember I thought it was cool too. I was in 3rd grade. I was like, every once in a while, I'd be like, fuck. Be like, that's badass.
Expected. And I think we tune it out. We don't hear it, which is unfortunate. If I swear, in front of friends, they probably know that I'm probably quite irked because I don't necessarily swear an awful lot, or if I'm
drunk,
I do swear, I'm sort of swearing for comedy effect. If you're swearing, and I'm thinking certain words, normally beginning with C, that people use a lot, and they sort of think it's funny. It's like, it's not that funny that often, to be perfectly honest. So use it sparingly. Is it more polite to be early or late? Well,
is it more polite to be early or late? Early. But I think being too early is weird. It's the vibe. Here, okay. An event early. You know, you got to be at a place of business, work, whatever, early. Your friend invites you over to their house. You know, come at 8. Don't show up at 7:50. That's weird. That's weird. I say that. If I tell you, hey, be here at 8, show up at 8:15. Don't show up at 8. That's weird. No. Seriously. Because if it's like somewhere where if you're like, hey, we're going to be going somewhere, show up a little early on time, late's rude. But if it's like you're getting invited to like a dinner at someone's house, show up on time, if not 10 minutes late. Yeah, fashionably late. Not too late, but don't show up early.
Depends on context.
I'm always early. Bro, it's so awkward. You know it is too. Have you ever been the first person to show up at a friend's house at a gathering? It sucks. It sucks. You never want to be the first guy. If you're the first, I just sit in my car, that's the move. You sit in your car while somebody else shows up and then there's more than 2 people. I think it's different. Maybe, okay, I'm just saying this is a guy thing, at least. If it's a guy hangout and there's like 8 guys, being the first guy to show up, it's like, you know, it's now we're like a duo. It's not really a hangout. You know, you want to be like 3 people more. So it's just you and him. Now you're just talking, you know. I'm sitting here acting like that's not what would regularly happen anyway.
Text. Socially, if I said to someone, come for dinner at 7:30, what I do not want is people to be early. I would much rather someone was half an hour late than 5 minutes. What I want is people to be early.
Wait.
I would to someone come for dinner at 7:30. What I do not want is people to be early.
Yeah. Because you don't want to tell them. You tell them a time knowing they'll be like 15 minutes late, and that gives you that leeway to be like, oh, fuck, I forgot to do this. I got to get this done real quick.
I would much rather someone was half an hour late than 5 minutes early. I'm probably not ready at 7:25, but I will be ready from 7:30. For a business meeting, however, if it says it starts at 11, it means
maybe I am very proper.
Starts at 11, not you rock up at 11, go to the loo, log onto the Wi-Fi, get a tea and coffee, ready, and then sort of by
about 10, yeah, like a meeting, bro. Pull up 10 minutes early.
10 past 11, you're ready to start. So there you arrive a little bit early, ready to start at the time the meeting says. What do you do if you forget someone's name? I forget.
Never figured this one out. I'll never know. I'll never know. I just ask. No, there's a point where it's too late. You have the first day. It's like the first hour you meet somebody, you could re-ask their name. Sometimes I'm too distracted. And then it's like 8 hours hanging out with them. I don't remember their name at all. I don't remember their name. Maybe it was Mark. Maybe James. Maybe Jared or Michael. I can't really remember, you know, but it's like, fuck. Ask a friend. That's usually the play. The mutual friend that you met, you go, what's that guy's name? But there's certain times where you can't do that.
Hating people's names. I try to.
Like gyms. Like at the gym. There's people I interact with at the gym, and I don't know their name, but they know mine, and I've known them for like a year. I can't, dude, it's well past me being able to ask for their name. Well past. Like that, how rude that would be. Hey, I know I've seen you like 50 times. I don't know your name.
Keep lists of names, particularly for a restaurant or places I go. But if you do forget, particularly at a party,
say, how do you spell their name? Oh, yeah. Linux. You go up to, hey, how do you spell your name? How do I spell Mark? Really? How do I spell Todd? That's a bad play. You're assuming that they have a complicated name, you know? If they're a guy, realistically, if they're like a random guy They probably have like a very simple name. Ask for their Instagram. Then they go, oh, it's just my name. I've had this happen. You be like, oh, you type it in. You got to ask them to type it in.
Very good friend Bob comes over to say hello to you. You have to introduce Bob.
Ask for their Snap. Yeah, and then it's the Snap username they had when they were in 3rd grade, and it's Fluffy Banana 83. It's not even their fucking name.
And the person whose name you have forgotten, you can do one of several things. You can either go, I assume you two have met. And then hopefully they go, no, we haven't. Hello, I'm Bob. Hello, I'm Steve. And it's fine. Or you do the introduction, you go, Bob, I'd like you to meet. And you go, I'm so sorry, please remind me of your name. Steve. No, Steve, I know your first name. I meant your last name. Jones. Steve Jones, may I introduce Bob Smith? And you do it that way around. It's a complete bluff. Steve might clock to what you're doing, but again, he doesn't have to flag that he knows what was happening there. What are the best biscuits for dipping?
Oh, who gives a fuck?
How has social media impacted etiquette?
What are the best biscuits for dipping? That's a dumb question.
Big time. Etiquette has to reflect and adapt to the society that is around us. Otherwise, etiquette would not exist. And it's a shapeshifter. It constantly changes. And social media is such a big part of our lives. And etiquette is about interacting with other people. And how a lot of us interact with other people now is via using social media. I guess the thing that's springing to mind is the comment section, of which on this very video, there is a comment section. And I'm saying this with love. Just because you can comment doesn't mean to say you should. They're not going to want me to say that because we want engagement. But if you've got something worthwhile to say it. But
oh, wow. Meanwhile, there's some of my chatters.
Don't say anything.
Hi, hello, penis, just typing random words. We're in sub only right now too. Let's unleash the goblins right now. See what they type. I'm free! And they just start fucking losing their minds. It's 6-7. It's 6-7.
You don't have anything worthwhile to say. Don't feel you need to. We don't have to have an opinion on everything. Be very boring. Should you wear shoes inside? So in some cultures, absolutely not. In Japan, for example, they're very big on removing shoes.
I think if you wear shoes inside, that's up to the house owner, or the homeowner, the apartment owner, whatever it is. You know, it's their rule. If I see shoes at the door, I'm usually taking my shoes off. I don't like to. I've said this before, I'll say it again. We're going back in subway. I've said it before, I'm saying it again. I think that taking your shoes off inside is fucking pointless, right? I would rather keep them on. I'm not going to be, rude and refuse to take my shoes off, though. Like, if somebody is like, hey, shoes off, I'm not going to be like, oh, can't do. That's a no-go for me. I'll probably take them off if I even think that it's a shoes off place.
You go into someone's house.
What if they're dirty? Yo, what am I, walking in fucking poop? What do you mean dirty? What are your fucking shoes covered in, man?
I don't love taking
mud. Like, yeah, there's dirt on the bottom of your shoes, like little specks, man.
Off shoes when I go to someone's house, unless, of course, I've walked through a field. They're caked in mud. They are very dirty. If hosts are that worried about their carpets, their floors getting dirty, just don't invite people round. Go out to a restaurant or something. However, their house, their rule.
That's crazy he's having this take.
So if a host does want you to take off the shoes, it would be very churlish to sort of refuse to do that. If you are one of the sort of the shoes off brigade and you want your friends and family to take off their shoes, make sure there is something, for them to sit on to remove their shoes. It might be fine for a 20-year-old to sort of whip off their shoe whilst looking like a flamingo standing on one leg. But actually...
Oh, yeah, no. I feel like age is going to play a factor, too. It's a bit fucked up to be like, to an 85-year-old, like, grandma, it's a shoes-off household. They're wearing, like, they're using a cane to move. Yeah, sorry, you're gonna need to take those off. Like, that's fucked.
Yeah,
no, if you're old, it's like, but that's also just like, I think old people can kind of do whatever the fuck they want.
An older generation might want a small puff or something to sit on, so make sure you've got one of those handy. Are Irish exits okay?
No. Love an Irish goodbye. Love an Irish goodbye. I hate when people do it to me, but dude, just leaving. just fucking leave. What? An Irish goodbye is when you just leave. Don't tell anybody you're leaving. Just walk out. Honestly, you also usually leave when nobody notices you're leaving. Be like, oh, I'm going to the bathroom real quick. Take a piss. Nobody's around near the front door. Just walk out. just fucking. You tell the host. If you're at like a party, like that's usually what it'll be. Like if I have people over, so you ghost them. Well, no. Like you would tell dude, it's like say you're at a party, there's like 20 people, bro. I don't want to say bye to everybody. And then it's really weird and you're like, all right, I'm leaving. And then everybody goes and looks at you. Just fucking walk up to the person and be like, I'm leaving. You know, anybody in the area you say bye to, and then you just fuck off.
Not really. I mean, the only time, I think I did one once where it was at a wedding and the couple was so paralytic. I thought even if I do say goodbye to them, there's not a hope in hell they're going to remember it. So I did just go, and my taxi had arrived and had sort of been waiting.
They were that fucked up at their own wedding?
Sufficiently long enough that I was going to start getting charged. But no, generally you do at least need to say goodbye to one, if not both of the hosts, whatever you are at. Isn't life a bit short to be worrying about these things?
Unless you're at a bar. But that's a little sketchy. If you're at a bar and you just leave, like normally my friends would tell me they're leaving if they're at a bar. Because if somebody just left, I'd be like, are they like drunk driving home? I'd be like, because usually you kind of Uber like with other people. Yeah, at a bar, it's like you're kind of in a group.
You're missing the point.
What if they get kidnapped? Yeah. Well, I also think men Irish goodbye more than women. Because it's like, that'd be like unsafe. Like if a woman just disappeared out of a group, I think other women or men in that group would be worried. They'd be like, where did this person go?
I don't think life is too short to worry about other
people. That Irish goodbye, it's usually like guys. Like my friend Jay will just leave. I'll just walk out.
People's feelings. I think life isn't long enough. Do Jen's...
Or he'll walk, dude, if I'm the host, he'll be like, I'm Irish goodbying. So it's like, it's not really an Irish goodbye, but he's only telling me that he's leaving. That's where you tell the host. You tell the host, you're like, I'm leaving. And then you just walk out.
Zed have no etiquette.
Do Gen Z have no etiquette? Chat, would you guys say you have etiquette?
I actually think Gen Z are probably more aware of how their actions impact others than generations above them. Certainly from my own experience, when I have had millennials come up to say hi to me in the street, and I am a millennial.
He went millennials.
They're quite entitled. They sort of feel as if you have to stop and talk to them, and it's sort of their right that you do that. Whereas all the Gen Z people are so cautious. They're conscious if I'm chatting to somebody already in the street, they will wait until I finish my conversation. They will come over and say, oh, I'm so sorry, would you mind if we just awfully sort of said hi or got a photo? So no, it's not all doom and gloom with Gen Z. Have you ever had...
Nah, I think that's person to person, bro. That's not generation shit. You know how many times I've ran into people that I haven't seen in a while at like a gas station, and they're like, oh, let me take this time to have a 20-minute conversation. And I'm like, bro, I gotta go. You know? If I see somebody I know, I'm just like, yo, what's up, bro? How you been? Good? Oh, awesome, bro. All right, I'll catch you. Like, fuck.
A pajama day. Yes, when I was ill in hospital. But other than that, I wear clothes.
Pajama day. Okay.
Thought you might dress up for the occasion, but there we go.
Oh! Start the car. Is lying okay to be polite? Oh, great.
Ooh. Yeah, like little white lies. Yeah. I think that's fine. Like if it's something like, does this look weird? No. You're indifferent. You know, it doesn't look weird, but it's like, you know, you kind of get what they're saying, but you just don't want to fucking have them like freak out and be like insecure about their outfit or something. No, that's fine. Let's go.
Big question. Yeah, if it protects someone's...
You're lying to Brooke? No.
...feelings, then yes, I think it's okay to... A little white lie is fine. A small lie, nothing sort of massive. You know, that's a lovely shacket, for example. You could say, just riffing. What a lovely part of the world we're in. It's so quiet. You know, that would be fine if you want to sort of lie to protect
Why would you just randomly do that?
Feelings.
Like you're just
but
yeah, I feel like a white lie is like somebody asks you a question and you respond with a lie to make them feel better.
I wouldn't, if it's a malicious lie, then that's when it's not.
Yeah.
Then it's not good. What is your pet peeve when it comes to etiquette? It's niche. Probably doesn't annoy many other people. When people say, you can't toast with water, it's unlucky. That was correct 500
Never heard that.
years ago, where the water was full of cholera. We're very fortunate to live in a society, certainly in Britain and most of the Western world, where the water is absolutely fine and is not full of bacteria. If you are Muslim, Hindu, a recovering alcoholic, pregnant, on very strong antibiotics, underage, or just don't want to drink that particular evening out of personal preference, what are you going to do? You can't suddenly just have a sip of wine to be polite. You can toast with any cold drink. I wouldn't toast with tea or coffee.
Oh, toast. I thought he said taste.
But water, it's absolutely fine. And so, again, it's niche, but it's when people try to sort of say that particular rule, not realising the origin of it. And for me, and I spend a lot of time trying to research where we get these rules from.
Yeah, no, I think that's fucked up to be like, no, you have to drink. Especially if they're pregnant or an alcoholic. What? Now, I think there is something different, though, if your friend's like... If I'm out at a bar and everybody's drinking and I'm like, let's all get shots, and my friend's like, nah, I'll be like, come on. You know? Don't be lame. But if he says no again, I'll just be like, all right. Like, I'm not going to force him to drink. But I'll be like, nah, bro, come on. You're good for one, you know?
How we have ended up... That particularly annoys me because there's no logic behind it and the rule has got to make sense. If it doesn't make sense, you can get rid of it as a rule. Should you make your bed in an hotel?
No!
Well, depends on the type of hotel you're in. I would say if you're paying for housekeeping or you've requested for housekeeping, then no, there's no need.
Why would you make your bed in a hotel?
You don't want to make your bed look like an absolute sort of bombs hit it before you go out for the day and put the please make up my room sign.
Oh my God, I don't think it cares, bro. If I'm at going to a hotel is like shit scattered everywhere. I'm living out of a suitcase. I just have stuff and trash in a corner. Clothes are on the ground. It's like a pigsty, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck, right? Because I'm only there for like 2 days.
On the door, but you don't need to do it yourself because that's part of what you're paying for. You don't get a reduction in your room rate. So, no, you don't need to make your bed. Just tidy up nicely. How should you get the waiter's attention? None of this. All that.
I kind of just stare at them until they glance my way. Like this. And then they walk towards me. I wave at them. Oh, that's rude. Yoo-hoo! You fucking wave them over. Hello! Get them to walk over.
No, oi.
No, you just stare at them.
Don't need to shout. It's simply done with...
Ooh, I have done the check. If they're far and we want to leave, I go, if they look at me, so they don't need to walk over. You know, you do that. Well, pen, bring it over.
Body language. So you sort of sit up and back, eye contact, hand at the level of your eye is absolutely fine. And if they're well trained, they should come over. The main differences between the USA and Britain in terms of manners. Well, it's not all doom and gloom in America with American manners. And I think there's a lot that Brits can learn from Americans about general sort of interpersonal skills in particular. I think in America, the default setting, if an American meets a new person, is that we like you until you annoy us. Whereas in Britain, our default setting is we're a little bit suspicious of you until we get to know you. And then we warm up. Whereas in America, it's so full on and then potentially peters off when they get to know you and think you're a bit of a twit. But I think it's probably better.
Wow, I kind of like the British thing better. You know, a little more hostile, warm up to somebody, now you fuck with them, you support them, versus like, I mean, that's just like fake. I think he's describing somebody being fake. Like somebody fucking with you and then something happens and now they don't fuck with you. versus like, you know, I don't know you yet. Oh, now I like you. Now I'm riding with you.
To just sort of start seeing the positive in people than be a little bit suspicious and wary, which we are in Britain. And maybe that's because we're a small island nation and they're not. I don't know. What is posh? It's a great question. I mean, for a start,
rich.
You wouldn't really seriously use the word posh if you were posh. We like the term upmarket, which is a bit nicer, or smart. They're a smart couple is better. Posh is a bit naff as a word.
Joey, this guy's speaking another language.
Unless you're using it ironically. But actually, certainly in Britain, what posh doesn't necessarily mean, is not linked to money. It is a state of mind, and actually in Britain, the truly smartest people aren't as fussed about material possessions.
Where does posh come from?
Some people think that Port out Starb at Home is the origin of posh, and that was supposedly because of...
What does posh mean? What does posh mean? Bro, posh definition. Elegant, stylishly luxurious. In a refined or upper class manner. Rich. Posh. Fancy rich.
Type of cabin that you might have on a crossing.
Elegant. I'm not using elegant. Fancy rich people. Posh.
That's been debunked.
You're 15 with a Louis Vuitton bag. You're posh.
Numerous times, so it's got nothing to do with that. We don't quite...
You're a rich kid.
...know where the origin of posh comes from, but we all know what it means. Is it fine to play music aloud in public? No. Again, watching videos on your phone without headphones, playing music just because you're...
Yo, guys at the gym that don't have earbuds and play music out of their iPhone. You encounter one of those. Dude, it's always somebody over 35. It's a guy every time playing fucking music out of his fucking iPhone, bro. Sitting on a bench next to him that he's not using. Yo, corded earbuds are like $1, big dog. Fucking get him. What? And then he's playing that over the gym music, because gyms always have music. So it's the gym music, and the gym music's always some bullshit radio. You know, fucking some shit that would be on like Despicable Me. Because I'm happy, long, if you feel like happiness. Yeah, and then he's playing fucking, you know, Drake. And you're listening to something else. So now you're hearing three things at once. It's horrible.
Phones can doesn't mean to say you should. I want to come up with some sort of GoFundMe type thing where we all can carry around sort of, you can't get on public transport anywhere in the UK or indeed elsewhere. But we GoFundMe where everyone has at least 5 pairs of disposable, very cheap headphones that you can just sort of pass out to people and go, would you like these? And hopefully they get the message. That would be nice. Should you wear hats indoors? Oh, great question. No. I mean, so a gentleman's hat, such as a fedora, a Homburg, a baseball cap, they are all considered accessories. So you...
A fedora? Yo, if I see somebody wearing a fedora, I think if I see anybody wearing a fedora anywhere, I'm going, yo, what the fuck? What the hell is that fashion choice? My lady, a fedora inside. Dude, the one hat that's badass that I think people wear is like that British cap. What is that called? This. Not this color, but this hat is fucking sick. I love this. If you wear that inside, who cares, bro? Yeah, flat cap, like some Peaky Blinders shit. Yo, that's a sick-ass hat.
Remove it when you come inside. The exception to that would be hotel lobbies or department stores or lifts, because you are transiting through them. But if you are walking into a restaurant, you're walking into a friend's house, for example, an office block, that type of hat comes off. If it is a sort of...
All right, but what if you're not wearing the hat? It's kind of just like resting on top of your head. Like if you're, you know, like a 25-year-old Chad. You know, and it just kind of sits on top of your head.
Traditional lady's hat. And
you don't actually push the flat brim down.
Looking like a hat you'd wear to a wedding or to Royal Ascot. That's often plumbed into the hair. It is considered part of the whole outfit, and so they may stay on. So it depends on what type of hat, but generally...
So wearing it? No. Dude, that annoys me more than anything. What would that even be called? Where somebody wears a hat on their head, but they don't push it down? It's different if, like, your hair is just big, or you have like, what is it called? Like not 4C, but like thicker hair. But like guys that have my hair that just rest the hat on top of their head. Dude, there has like this. Oh my God. I found an image. Hold up. Like just resting on the head. It's not like hunkered down because they don't want to fuck up their hair. Like, it's different if you have thick hair and it's like, okay, that would actually just like mush your hair down. But like, dude, just having the hat rest on top of the head.
Most hats
backwards
are outdoor. They're there to protect you from the sun. It's not a lot of sun indoors. Which country has the best manners in the world?
The title of the video.
Well, I want to probably say Japan. I think they're very respectful in Japan. They're probably the only country that make the British look relaxed. I think that's probably my take on Japan.
Etiquette-wise?
And Singapore.
Or like manners?
Singapore, also very polite as well. It's probably not a Western country, is the answer to this question, which is quite, as a Westerner, is quite sad. What are the 3 most important things you think everyone should know or learn? You can never say please, thank you, and sorry enough. Please and thank you in particular. You need to have good eye contact when you speak with people. And you should always be more...
I struggle with that. I don't like that. I don't want somebody to have good eye contact. I want you to like glance at me. If we're having a conversation, I'm going to look at you kind of like this. And then I'm going to, say we're just, talking. This is probably kind of how I'm making conversation. I'm kind of like looking around the room. I glance at you. When you're talking, I'm looking right at you. That's how it works. If you're talking to me, I'm staring at you. If I'm and then the second I start talking, I'm probably going to glance, back and forth. And that's what everybody does, I feel.
More interested in other people than interested in yourself. What's the politest way to end a conversation you don't want to be in? If it's a group of people, it's very easy.
I have to go. Bye.
Just to sort of go, basically. I mean, I would sort of just say, see you all later, and off you go. And the conversation can continue, or I'll be back in a minute. That's fine, even if you're not. But if you're talking with just one person, it's quite difficult. Ideally, I mean, we've all been that person at a party with no one to talk to. Nobody likes it. So try to introduce them to someone else before you exit the conversation. That's always better.
Bro, the worst is when you're trying to leave. That's why the Irish goodbye is the patent pending method, bro. You're trying to leave, and then they rope you into a conversation. And then you're talking, and I'm, like, actively walking away from them, and they kind of inch towards me, and we're still talking. And it's like, let's wrap it up. And it's I'm not, like, obviously I don't want to cut the conversation just at a hard stop, but it's like, let's kind of fast-track this to, like, a goodbye rather than, we're just talking for the next 35 minutes.
Should you laugh if you didn't understand the joke? It is polite to give people the...
I laugh a lot when I don't hear the joke. Because I'm somebody that'll be like, what'd you say? 5 times. The first time because I didn't hear you. The second time because I wasn't paying attention. The third time because I didn't hear you. The fourth time, I didn't really understand what you were saying. And the 5th time, I didn't hear you again. So I just go, yeah. And I'll laugh. And that's a risky play sometimes because you kind of just do a emotional reaction off of their emotion. But, like, you could really fuck that up. You don't, especially if it's like a really loud area, you don't know what they're saying. So if you're just like, oh yeah, they're like, dude, I just told you my mom died. Oh.
Reaction they sort of want. If you understand why they think it is funny, I think it's okay to laugh. But you obviously don't want to laugh at something that you don't sort of understand in case you get asked a follow-up question, or in case it's offensive and you're actually laughing at something that's not really meant to be funny, but someone thinks it is. I always remember my late grandmother would cut out cartoons from the Times that she would find funny, and she would bring them when she would come for dinner and sort of show my parents.
Yeah, no, you give old people pity laughs, bro. Before my grandpa died, he would tell the worst jokes of all time, but I would just I would chuckle at him, Because it was funny for his time. It was funny in the fucking 1940s, man. It's like, he would make a joke. It wasn't offensive, but it was something that's like, it was like a joke about, he would say, optimistic person says the glass is half full. Pessimistic person, it's half empty. The engineer says it's a design flaw. He would tell me that joke. That shit's not funny. That's like, and he would laugh. Like, and I would just go, yeah, I get it. Yeah, I got it. I would have to sit there and be like, I get it. Yeah. Then we would move on. Because I'm not going to be an ass and not laugh, but you're laughing. Well, because, you know, and I loved him for telling those stupid jokes, but it's like, they weren't funny.
And my brother and me.
Explain it. Explain the joke. What, like when you laugh? Oh my God, that's fuck to do. What, you laugh at a joke and then they hit you with you thought it was funny? Yeah. Explain it. Why is it funny? That's a method that Brooke will do to people that make like really like just sexist jokes. You just go, explain it. Explain, why is it funny? And then they have to go, oh, because women can't drive or something like that. And then it's like, all right, now it kind of defeats the joke, because it's like now you're outwardly just saying like, oh, it's funny because of this. And it's just like the most surface level lame fucking like chud joke.
And James and I didn't really find them very funny, but we sort of go, oh, that's very funny. That's excellent. And my parents just go, well, I don't really get it. And Granny looked so upset. And I remember saying to
my granddad used to tell me Nazi stories all the time. He was actually weird, bro. What? Like he was telling you stories from the war? What do you mean?
Just laugh. Just give her a little laugh. So I think sometimes it's okay to politely laugh in the interests of good manners.
There was a young lady of 18.
All right. Well, that was a fun video. Love this dude. Heard him on the radio lots of times over the year. Heard him on the radio. Who's tuning into the fucking radio anymore? Jesus.
Oh, lucky Lucy couldn't see that Emirates on departure. You got the Beluga. The Beluga was good. So they're going down Victor Bravo 1 now. Not Victor Bravo, I should say. Well, they're holding it Victor Bravo 1. And Nathan Eccles, thank you for your continued support as you join the 11-month crew at Domestic, saying fantastic live shows. Well, thank you so much. I've got it down as EK22, Catherine's Adventures. I can see it on mine when I put the Manchester filters on. So Nathan, just putting those hearts in the chat for you. Boom. There you go, bud. And thank you to Gary Fraser, Aviation KT, for putting those 2 emotes in there. Nigel looks like he's going to come down Victor Alpha in the next minute or two. And I think I can see that the Junyao is actually on the taxi out. So that's in the Chinese Peony livery. Kimmy, you take care. Though that work, it's alright. Pain in the you-know-whats, isn't it? But there we go. Have a good day. And Alpha Bravo saying just stood right underneath the Emirates as it went over there. You can't leave me hanging on that one. It just went over you. Okay, I get you. So you're making this left turn. So this night she's going to be pretty lucky and get to go out straight away. Very nice. We have just had the props come in from the Isle of Man. Sorry I didn't notice that. I was too obsessed with the Nige there. Don't know why. Can't say no to a bit of Nige, can you? Well, we should see the Junyao in the next moment or two. There's a lady who's just like must have ran past me about 5 or 6 times now. Like, she's making me feel unfit just by watching her run past. This should be illegal. Hashtag fat sigh. If you look to the left side of that wing, you can actually see the Junyao tail coming from behind the Aer Lingus. I'll say the next heavy is not too far away. We're also going to get the SAS that I ignored before. And we've got a Lufthansa A320neo coming in from Munich. Might actually do a recording here, Nige. Well, thanks for that wave, Captain. Do appreciate it. Let's get quick. Yeah, Caroline, we do have two. Cute. Oh yeah, and John Walton, that was absolutely hilarious, wasn't it? Ash Watts' dad was in earlier and was saying that it just made my day, that, you know, just got back from the stream, you know, and having to do a couple of more things, and then all of a sudden that comes on the first thing on the screen. I was like, get in there. You all right there, Liz? Good to see ya. Bit of Nige for ya. Saying, what a lovely day. Absolutely, Liz. What have you got planned for when I get back? I have some free time. Hashtag wash the car. That's how to get her out of the chat in about 2 seconds. She'll go running now. Singapore started its taxi towards us, but we've got this SAS coming on via Tango. I also got the Finnair 319 coming out. So we're going to be busy over here. And thanks Alpha Bravo for letting me know about those movements. Unfortunately, we're just so busy on the ground now. We'll just concentrate on these. Well, that's going back to Copenhagen now. Junyao crossing over 23 right. And I can tell you that the Cafe Pacific has also pushed. So we're going to be very, very busy in the next 20-30 minutes. Oh, let's say the new Dyson is very good. Well, I'm happy to hear that. Look, I agree, Gio. It's not a thrilling task. However, it's a necessity when you're coming out streaming, because all you collect, and like John Walton will testify to this because he's in the chat, all you do when you come out here is you just accumulate mud and glorious mud. And first opportunity of a nice day like this, kind of just gotta take the opportunity to get rid of it. So that's my thought process on that, and that's all I've got to say about that. Tiana, hello there. Say morning all. Quick 10 minutes before I need to go to my horrid job. Oh, sorry to hear that. I'm going to get this coming on and I'll send it down to the TUI. That's off to, well, this isn't off to Espargos, but the TUI I'm about to fling it onto, that is off to Espargos. God, it's so weird to think that these used to be done by the 7.6s, and now I've just got the little Maxes, the Boa Vista in this one. Joe Blackman, if you want help with the Dyson cleaning, you're more than happy to join in as well. I'll just do the car wash. Icelandair's just arrived using the 737 MAX 8. Still prefer the A321neos, a lot more better. There we go. Let's go for an engine pan. Sorry. Well, that was a beautiful, beautiful comment, wasn't it? Sorry about that, everyone. Got a person with the intelligence of a flea, and yeah, they sound a bit special then, didn't they? Oh dear. I mean, all I'm going to say is I don't remember those tests being done on the Dyson review videos that I watched. So that person might have found themselves a niche. So go for it, mate. You won't be able to do anything on this channel anymore anyway, so we're all sorted there. Oh dear. Right, Finnair, A319 going back to Helsinki. All lined up, ready to go. Cafe Looks like it's about to start its taxi. And Singapore is on the taxi. Yeah, the funny thing is, so when you set the stream up, you have options about when people can be included, and we have a subscribers only thing, and we have it for 10 minutes before you can even chat. And as Liz says, they have to wait 10 minutes before they come out with the nonsense like that. I mean, isn't that just really, you just sat there and you're thinking to yourself, I'm really wasting my life. If you're just literally going round to every single kind of YouTube live at the moment, it's pretty pathetic, isn't it? I don't know. There's the Junyao. Oh, got it in manual focus. I did not realise that. Right, Ryanair 73 coming on in front of us. Is this going off to Venice? I'm just going to say something. Graham C was out of the chat and then he comes back in going, what's happened? Is that a coincidence? Oh dear. Oh, Paul Hilbert's missed the Junyao. So it's going to be double A350 for you. So Cathay is now chasing down the Singapore. A few more people have just rocked up. Nice to see. Right, they're coming down straight in front of us. Just thinking, what else have we got to come out? Archers. So Virgin we're looking at, aren't we? Virgin A350 1000. Hopefully that pings in the next few minutes. So the front of this Singapore is looking a little battered. And this is down to some of the paintwork issues that we were told about that Qatar had predominant issues with. So other airlines have also had issues. Calvin Liu, good morning to you. Oh, Jet 2 pushing in. Turn and burn. Oh, this is decent. I think it did such a good turn and burn. Flight radar can't keep up with it. But finally, it tells me that it's off to Alicante. That's going to take a fair bit of runway before it rotates. Just before the red zone. Christian liking the proper colours on that Jet 2. And there goes that Singapore. Cathay Pacific A350-900 on next. See around the back we've got the Air France pinging, that looks like it's going back to Paris. Jet 2 to Malaga using 737 is also pinging. Just waiting for that Virgin Atlantic, to be honest. Shouldn't be too much longer. So I'm saying I love the Dreamliner. It's a decent plane, Dreamliner. I don't have anything against it. I actually enjoy my flights in the Dreamliner. I just think the 350's better. Oh, definitely not looking. Is he not looking? Captain's having a good look, doing what he needs to. You know what? I like a Jet 2, but I prefer a Cathay coming on. Sorry, everybody. It's my ego there. Very, very nice. Oh, my voice just went. Finally. It's only taken 4 years. Oh. Sorry, a little joke. Virgin Atlantic A350 is actually pushing. I know you can't see it on flight radar as yet, but I can assure you that tail is moving. So we'll have that coming out in the next few minutes. Should be good. I think that's going to tie it in with all our heavies, to be honest. So been an intense few minutes, I'm sure you'll agree. And we can do an extended departure on this one until the Jet 2 comes on, which it's doing right now. Same Dave saying it's Sun Express Istanbul livery next arrival. Thanks for that, mate. I genuinely didn't know they had the special coming in today. But... yeah, it's the one. Is it the blue one with that signatures on it? Isn't it? I remember catching that on a really miserable, horrible, rainy day once. Right. Off to Malaga we go. Ian, hello there, welcome to the stream. Tiana going, can anyone spare 10 minutes this afternoon and get my Christmas tree out of my living room, dining room, should say. I can't budget so heavy, and I know it's March. Just keeping an eye on that arrival. Tahira Khan, hello there. I like David's thinking on that one. Yeah, just throw a blanket over it. So by the time you get to next year, yeah, it'll make a wonderful decoration. Right, Sun Express in the Istanbul livery, now on short final for 2-3 right. There we go. So nice to see it in some good light, actually. There we go. Very good. It does look better in good light, I will say that. I didn't like it the first time I saw it, but I'm not that. I think that's quite nice now. It just shows you sometimes light makes the world a difference. So VS73 is, I think it's disconnected from the tug. I think it should be starting its taxi in the next few moments. It is VJam today. Yes, the ECC says that's nice. Yeah, I agree. I say it's one we don't get that often here, but we used to get all the Sun Express specials. So there's been a bit of a famine on that. Oh, Vision's in the chat. I'm just going to call him Vision now. I have a first Simon Lowe take on it. How are you doing, sir? Are you having a nice holiday? Gonna send us any feet pics today, mate? If so, you just count me out on that one. And just to say, whilst you're here, Vision thing, don't trust kettles in hotels, mate. I've heard they do some god awful things with them. Oh, you see that Virgin Town making its way towards us now? We'll go back onto this little beaut. It makes its way around the back. It's Simon's mate, Vision. Hashtag Kettlegate, you know it. Hashtag how many pairs of shreddies did you bring with you? It's all right. We'll get Vision to explain it when he comes back next time. In case you haven't heard the story, it'd be a miracle if you haven't, because I'm sure he's told it to literally every person he's ever met in his life. But can you just like make us feel bad and tell us how warm it is over there, please? It's nice here today, though. Right, well there. Doing a cracking job of making their way to stand. Vision thing saying it's 6:42 a.m. in there, so it's a bit late for him. He's usually up a lot earlier. He's like me, an absolute nightmare. And that Virgin Atlantic is coming out now at 7 knots. So, before you know it, it'll be over here and making its way over to Mickey Mouse Land. Just going to check if we've got anything coming in. We do. We've got the TAP Portugal A320neo coming in. And I won't lie, that livery looks really good on their A320neo. So how far are we out? Oh, about a minute and a half. That was a bit premature from me there. Easy. So there we go. Still got quite a few aircraft stranded here, but hopefully over the coming days and probably weeks as well, we can get back to some sort of normality. Well, Vision thinks it's 20 degrees at the moment, probably 30 degrees later. Oh, very nice. Hey, Vision thing, you've seen who's robbing your slot tonight on Drones and Planes, taking all your glory. That John Walton guy. I don't think you can have a place by the time you get back. But yeah, just to say, I know I'm joking aside there, but say if you want some Manchester action later this evening, John from Drones and Planes will be out, and they'll be out with a legend. That is John Walton. It's just going to be double Johnness. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to cope, but I'll be in there. And I'll be hurling abuse at the others, so should be good. I think we've just started horsefly season. I've just had one on my hand. Great. Gio, take care, and thank you for everything that you've done today. You've been an absolute ledge. Proper 5-star mod there. I know David's been in there as well, so thank you to both of them. They've just been done above and beyond, so thank you. There's Virgin Atlantic. Well, before you know it, it'll be over here. Hopefully get away from the crew. If not, we're going to start crying. We do have a Ryanair that's just crossed over. Tiana, I will look for you right now what the weather is going to be on Saturday. It's quite nice. A little overcast, but with some sunny spells. So, should be alright. I'll just check the wind directions for you. We will... The wind says we should be on 05 ops, but I think there's a good chance we'll be on 2-3 ops. So we'll have to see. I've got to come down and do a photo for someone on Saturday. Better not be messing around with runway ops, otherwise I'm gonna have a hissy fit. Yeah, Graham, see, she's gonna come down and replant the tree, which is just a beautiful thing. It's like the circle of life. So Max coming down, taking full length. It'd be fantastic if this version took a sneaky little right turn. Went down Victor and then took a left down Victor Alpha. Till 307, hello there. Go on, turn right, turn right, turn right, turn right. Nah, straightening that gear up. Dumb. Right. Off to Knock we go. Hello, Caroline. Lovely to welcome you into the chat. My goodness, considering it's going to Knock, it's taken forever to rotate. Well, Virgin's not moving, so we can stay on this for a minute. Let's go. Looking absolutely gorgeous. Let's see where we Yeet. So they're just waiting for their slot. Shouldn't be too long. Oh, heard he's saying he's in Nottingham on Saturday for the Lionesses game versus Iceland. Good result. Was it last night or night before for them? I can't remember. But hopefully they can get another win. I don't know what they're waiting for. I'm just looking at stuff that's going into Liverpool, going out Liverpool. I mean, it can't be anything at Liverpool because it's not busy enough. Sorry. Rather just waiting for their transatlantic slot time, so I have to work around that. And here we go. There we go. What a departure. And thanks for the waves. Not sure they were aimed at me, but I'll take them nonetheless. And yes, Graham, that was the loudest departure of the day. And as you know, I have clipped down my mics down a little bit as well, and that was clipping big time on that one. It's the only one today, I think, that's clipped. So there we go. Yes, as I say, double wave from the Virgin Atlantic, which was fantastic to see. So thank you to the crew for that. And yeah, what a way to finish the stream, because I'm going to finish it off there. I think it's going to go absolutely dead now for the next half hour. So I think this is a good time as any. We'll do this for another minute or so, and then I'll grab the laptop. But whilst we're here, I just want to say thank you to everybody for today. It's been another cracking stream. We got up to 1k likes. Boom, back of the net. But I hope you enjoyed it. That's the main thing, isn't it? I mean, it's been a beautiful day. I want to say thank you for the support as well, be it through people becoming members, renewing memberships. I don't think we have gifted memberships. Don't think we have, but thanks for the super chats, super stickers as well, and of course the kebabs from Graham. Absolute legend, especially as it's his birthday. So thank you to everyone for that. As I say, John from Drones and Planes, with a special guest who I've already announced 12 times. No kidding. John Walton is on later this evening. I can't remember what time. I just know that I saw that it was live. So probably tune in about 6:30 for that, and they'll be out here. I'll be tending to mod. I'll just ban everyone who annoys me. And then tomorrow you'll have the legend that is Simon Lowe out here. So make sure to tune in bright and early. Hopefully you have some nice weather as well. But that's about it, I think. Caroline is going off to Orlando, that flight. But thank you, everybody. It's been a pleasure. Biggest shout out has to go to the mods, and I say especially to David, and of course the legend, the myth as Vision Thing. No, I'm kidding. It's Geo Blackman. But thank you, everybody. It's been a really good stream. Say I'm back on Friday, so it's not too long to wait. It's going to be raining, I think, on Friday, so that'll be something to look forward to. But yes, I look forward to being out again. So take it easy. Have a fantastic Wednesday. Enjoy the hump day. Have some drink. Have some fun. Just be grateful for weather like this. We're not going to have it that often. So take it easy. See you again soon. Bye.
The day is long and can feel like a grind, but you'll get fully stocked and everything will be fine. At a racetrack, it's a one-stop shop. Racetrack's gonna get you through.
Zombie survival quiz, most people choose wrong.
It's a quiz to find out if you'd survive a zombie apocalypse. Not movie logic.
Y'all think you would survive? I think I'd at least I would last past the first stages. I'm not saying I would start a new civilization and, like, you know, become governor of my own little town. But I don't think it would be like I'm not going out day one of the outbreak, you know? It depends what type of zombies we're working with. I don't know if she's going to address this, but that's kind of another big thing. I think when people talk about zombie apocalypses, it's generally assumed that you're referring to Walking Dead. Is that fair? Because World War Z, those ones, and they run. they run faster than they would if they were alive. Like that. No. Those I'm dead. Those I'm for sure dead. But I think I would live Walking Dead.
Not gamer instincts, actual survival decision making pulled from disaster studies, urban collapse scenarios, and real world psychology. It's 28 questions long. Some of the questions are easy, most of them are not. For each of the questions, you get 4 options to pick from, and I'll tell you the right answer and explain why the others most likely will get you killed. As we go through the quiz, you should keep track of your score. You get 1 point per correct answer. And at the end, I'll tell you...
Oh, God. Is it like, hey, if you have 10 points, you live? How many points do you need to survive? It's probably unreal, like 20. You need to get like more than 2/3 of the questions correct.
Whether or not you'll last. So before we begin, I'm going to give you some context as to this world and also the scenario so that you can make informed choices. So this quiz, right, this scenario, it uses classic slow-moving zombies. So like classic infection type zombies.
There we go. Easy, easy, easy. What? I think that's not easy. The biggest problem's other people in an apocalypse. That, in my mind. World War Z, it's the zombies. But Walking Dead zombies, it's like other people that are malicious and want to kill you. I don't think the zombies are the biggest issue. They're just kind of like a hurdle in the midst of other shit.
Moderate hearing and smell. They have poor eyesight, especially.
Moderate hearing and smell. Poor eyesight, especially in low light. They will notice you if you're loud, fast, or bleeding. What are they, fucking sharks? They'll smell my blood. They'll notice you if you're loud, fast, or bleeding. So they'll be like clickers, but slow. Like, ah! Ah! They turn. More merch is here. You better not skip this, you fucking bitch. More merch. Carpe diem. Look at this sick-ass design. You better fucking look at it, dick. Seize the day. Carpe diem. Pluck the day. Same fucking thing. Follows the philosophy drops that we've always been doing. We were doing Memento Mori. We were doing Think for Yourself. Look at this sick-ass back. Peep it. Also got shorts. This time, they're shorter than the other ones. Different material. We're not going that thick cotton anymore. It's more breathable. We also got hoodies in other designs. Look at this fucking sick-ass one. No AI! Told the designer, no AI! They hand drew this shit. Or, well, not with, like, pencil on a computer. Anyways. Where's the fucking long sleeve? Another design. Here's the front. Here's the back. Check it out. There's more stuff as well. I'm just showing you small things. JoeBartolozyStore.com. I don't know why I'm out of breath. Editor. I'm sick. Joe Bartolozzi Store. I said my last name wrong. JoeBartolozyStore.com. Check it the fuck out. See ya.
Notice if you're loud, if you're fast, or if you're bleeding. In terms of how to defeat them, the zombies don't feel pain. They don't bleed out. The only tried and tested way to destroy them is by destroying the brain. And they don't stop unless you hit a central nervous system, so when you're picking weapons, that's what you're aiming for. In terms of how the virus spreads, or how people turn, the virus spreads fast. People say it's from bites, maybe blood. It's not airborne as far as we know, but if someone gets it, they turn fast. To give you some context of
So it's not like mushroom spores, but if they bite you, you turn.
Live in an urban area with 2 other people, so it's like
you live in an above ground floor apartment with 2 other people in a densely populated urban area. So like I live in a big city like New York or Boston. I live in like New York, Boston, Chicago, Miami.
Medium-sized city, pretty densely populated area with like the
worst start. Bottom tier starting area for an apocalypse. That's making me a little less confident. Best place to start out is just like Iowa. You're in Canada, but not in a main city. Oh, so I'm fine. Oh, I only have ever met 10 people in my life. So I think I'll be okay.
Infrastructure of what you get in an urban area, so public transport, accessible supermarkets, roads, etc. I hope you took some notes or you remembered those facts.
Iceland would be the best area to start if the virus didn't start in Iceland, because then you could just close off the country.
Because they may or may not be relevant in deciding what you'll do. So again, I'll set out each question in turn and then the options, and I'll give you a couple of seconds to pick your answer. I'll tell you the right answer after each question and give you an explanation as to why that's the right answer.
Bro, but is it gonna be like the definitive right answer, or is it just gonna be like, hey, this is the one that's most likely to keep you alive?
Answer. Feel free, obviously, to pause the video to take more time if you need it, and most importantly, keep track of how many answers you get right or wrong for your final score at the end. And without further ado, let's begin. So you've just confirmed it, it's a zombie outbreak. You live in the 2nd floor apartment in a medium-sized city, and it's the first 10 minutes.
What's a medium-sized city? Not New York, not Philly. Like, a medium-sized city, I would say like Austin, Texas. Is that? Yeah, like St. Louis, Missouri. Somewhere where you're not, there's not millions of people.
Immediately by car and head towards the countryside.
Hell no.
Option B, grab a backpack and head on foot to the nearest supermarket. Option C, wait a bit, gather information, and then leave before nightfall. Or option D, stay put and begin fortifying your home.
I think A's bad because there's going to be traffic immediately. Like, everybody's going to try and leave. That's the biggest play. If you're one of the first people, like 10 minutes, it's already cooked. I don't think you're getting out of the city. Grab a backpack, head on foot to the nearest supermarket. There's going to be panic on the ground level, so I feel like that's also bad. Stay put and begin fortifying your home. I think living in the city during an apocalypse is the worst play. Dude, I know A is bad because it's like you shouldn't want to leave by car, but I feel like A or C. Wait a while, gather info, and leave before nightfall. We don't know anything, so I feel like it would make sense to kind of wait. Not B. Well, grabbing a backpack, heading on foot to the nearest supermarket, there's going to be mass foot traffic on the city that you're in of people running around because they're scared and also infected on the streets. That's like immediately where people are going to be that are zombies. So, and people are already going to be looting supermarkets. I feel like that's not a problem right now. I'm thinking C, bro. C or A? I'm going to go C first answer, though.
You, just you, building your app on Base 44. Describe it. And it's real. One thought leads to more thoughts. Layer by layer, taking shape. When you need your tools, bring them in. They just click. Okay, kick it up a notch. Create something smarter, something powerful. Style counts, so give it your touch. Big or small. Next idea hits at 2 a.m. Of course it does. Keep building. Ask yourself, wait, I built this? Damn right. Base 44. Build it your way.
So the correct answer is option D, stay.
Fortify my fucking second floor apartment in fucking Austin, Texas. I'm gonna why the fuck would I fortify my apartment? Like somebody's gonna try, bro. Nobody's gonna try and break. The zombies don't have strength.
Put and begin fortifying your home. So the reason that this is the right answer is because leaving in the first wave is often one of the riskiest.
I think, okay, I agree with that. That's why A's trash.
Things that you can do. During the first wave of an outbreak, infrastructure breaks down basically instantly. The roads are full of accidents and abandoned cars, emergency services are overwhelmed or completely gone, and if you're in a vehicle, you're likely gonna get stuck. And if you're on foot, you're probably gonna be exposed.
You know what I'm gonna do, bitch? I'm gonna take a Lime scooter out of that fuck-ass town. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go download an app, and I'm gonna go fucking take a city bike, and I'm gonna fucking electric scooter my way out of the fucking town. There we go. Then I don't even need to get in a goddamn car.
Another reason to stay put is because you have more
services are down. Yeah, I'm taking a Lime scooter.
Control at home. You know your layout, your entry points, and what you have at
No Wi-Fi? What did the fucking satellites just fall out of the sky? There's gonna be Wi-Fi for a little bit.
You're able to block doors, ration supplies, and also reduce noise. All in
Bro, ration supplies? What, the fucking 6 packs of ramen I got? Damn, dude. Ration supplies. Like I'm a fucking couponer and I just have fucking layers of canned corn. I'm just waiting to starve to death, bro. I'm gonna last 5 days. How to starve. No, I mean, my plan wasn't, I feel like C's good. Because it wasn't fortified, but it was like, all right, I'm going to survey a little bit. Maybe I'll put a chair in front of the door. And then I'm going to fucking leave in like 8 hours.
All in all, staying put has fewer variables and more you can control, and there's also just less visibility to the outside world and its threats. Public spaces during this time are basically chaos zones because supermarkets and gas stations are early hotspots for violence, looting, infection spread. The majority of
Yeah, bro, but what if you're one of the first people there?
people that die early in disaster events do so because they go out thinking that they can grab more supplies. Another reason to stay is because waiting often gives
Grab all the fucking Marlboro Reds! Grab all the cigarettes!
you more information. In the next 12 to 48 hours, you'll learn what's happening, where to go or avoid, and whether there's an organized response. And so people who leave immediately often walk into blind danger. The only exceptions where leaving might be the right choice is if your building is actually compromised, like if there's an infected person inside and there's no way to secure it, or if you have a clear escape plan with pre-packaged supplies and like a safe destination, or if you live...
What is that called? Like a go bag? There's like apocalypse people that have those. Like an already ready backpack to dip.
somewhere that's completely indefensible. So for example, there's a glass storefront, or you're on the ground floor, or there's wide entry points. But
a bug out bag, that's what it is.
other than that, the safest thing to do is to stay and fortify and wait. So you've decided to stay put and ride out the first wave in your apartment. You've locked the doors, you've pulled the curtains, and you've confirmed it's a real outbreak. What's the smartest next move? Option A, start moving heavy furniture to block entry points. Option B, fill bathtubs, sinks, and pots with clean water.
I love that. I love that. I don't know the other two answers, but right now I'm going B.
Option C, inventory your kitchen.
I feel like, bro, I feel like that's what you do during like a hurricane. Y'all ever do that? You or your family ever do that? Whenever you know the power, like your power's gonna get cut, the water, like it's not gonna work. Yeah, you always just fill the bathtub, sinks, pots.
Plan. Or option D, turn on
inventory your kitchen, make a ration plan. Turn on the news and call loved ones for updates.
the news and call your loved ones for updates.
D. Hell no. Yo, honestly though, nah, maybe turn it on the news might be good. See, I feel like I'm taking the fucking bar exam right now. Like, all of these feel right. Outside of A. A is like, bro, like, what the fuck? What are the zombies? Hulk Hogan running through the fucking, the door, man? It's not A. I feel like it's going to be B or D. I'm gonna go B.
The correct answer is option B, fill
Yes! 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 1 point on the board.
all possible containers with clean water. So the reason this is the right answer is because in disaster scenarios, especially when infrastructure is unstable, water is often one of the first systems to fail. City water might stop flowing or become contaminated within hours of an outbreak. And since you're at home and you have a bathtub, bathtubs can act as large reservoirs for washing or flushing, and pots, bottles, and kettles are drinking water reserves. Because the power might cut out at any time, this is definitely the most important thing to do, and you should fill any container while the water pressure is still on. So why are the other options not correct? So option A, if you barricade this...
Damn, bro, that's the biggest problem I'd have. I have no idea how I'd get clean water. What the fuck? I know you boil that shit, but it's like... I feel like in a survival scenario, I'm definitely dying of dehydration.
is important, but time-sensitive utilities come first. For option C, ration planning, again, this is smart, but no food is a problem in 3 days, while no water is a problem in the first day. And option D,
facts,
turning on the news and calling your loved ones. That sounds useful, but communication noise risks attention, and you can also gather that information after securing the basics. Okay, so it's 15 minutes in, containers are full, the pressure is dropping, the power is still on, but it could cut out at any moment. What's the smartest next move? Option A,
power's still on, can cut at any moment, containers are full.
Inventory food in order of perishability and set ration sizes. Option B, stand on the balcony to gauge how many people are on the street. Option C, drag a bookcase against your front door for extra bracing. Or option D, write a visible note on your front door saying, alive inside, uninfected.
Whack ass answer. D's terrible. I like B because then you get a gauge on like who's outside. But I feel like if you say B, she's going to go, incorrect. There's actually a sniper on the roof waiting for you to go outside, and it actually just domed you in the head. There's a red dot waiting outside of your window, just waiting for you to go outside. The second you reveal yourself, there's going to be a gang of crackheads that come up into your room and kill you. Woof, 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 roof, roof, roof. You have windows? Yeah, but maybe the windows are where the fucking balcony is, and I don't know how many people are outside. Inventory food in order of perishability and set ration sizes. Bro, what am I loser camping this out in the apartment? Nah, this is actually pissing me off, bro. What a bum-ass way to survive. Nah. Like, the zombie apocalypse starts, I'm not gonna, like, try and fucking make my way to a boat. I'm gonna fucking just bum in the apartment for fucking 8 weeks. That's cringe. I'm gonna go A. I want to do B. Power could cut at any moment. Oh, while the lights are on, you need to be able to read expiration dates. A.
The next level of Galaxy is here. Tune in to Galaxy Live for an exclusive sneak peek and offers you can't get anywhere else.
So the correct answer here is option A, inventory and ration food. So the reason that this is important is because a calorie plan prevents panic eating and also using fridge power while you still have fridge power. Option B is incorrect because this makes you a visible target. Your silhouette against the sky is bait for both infected people and opportunistic survivors, and it's not worth.
Bro, no, it's... Yo, I'm telling you right now, there's a Walking Dead zombie. I'm walking out on the balcony. That motherfucker's going...
is not wrong, but it's slightly premature. You're still gonna want flexibility to move between the rooms and also possibly scavenge from your neighbors or adjust sound or light control. And option D, the front door note, this might emotionally feel smart, but ultimately it's a liability. This is because it—
Option E, meet a guy named Carl and start practicing your Walking Dead voice when he dies.
Draws attention to your apartment, and it also gives away the fact that someone is alive inside and likely with resources. It also just increases your risk of being targeted by desperate people, and there's no guarantee who
when he dies, I don't know.
This note. So you're
I just know he says Carl all the time.
Hour into the outbreak, the supplies are counted, you share the space with your 2 flatmates. What's the next priority?
Kill your roommates.
Option A, establish a silent alert or knock code for movement inside the flat. Option B, cook a large hot meal before the gas or electricity dies. Option C, assign one person to sit by the peephole and watch the hallway. Or option D, start binge charging every device you own.
Establish a silent alert / knock code for movement inside of the flat. Do I live in a fucking 10,000 square foot apartment? Dude, what the fuck? I need to... Dude, I'm imagining that I live in like a 2-bedroom apartment where I can see everything at all times. Cook a large hot meal before the gas or electricity dies. No. Assign one person to sit by the people and watch the hallway. No. I feel like D is good to charge your device, but I feel like she's gonna say the fucking knock code. So this is the best time where you're gonna want to learn Morse code. I'm gonna go. No, I gotta answer what I would do, not what this is what I gotta do. I gotta answer what I would do, not what I think's right. D. I think it's A though.
So the correct option is option A, to have a silent alert system. So the reason this is...
All right, guys, it's hour 6 of the apocalypse. I know all of our phones are on 10%, but let's not waste the time to go plug it in on the wall. Even though while I've been saying this, I could fucking plug in my phone. No. Instead, all right, okay, that means help. That means goat. That means Patrick Mahomes. That means corn.
The right answer is because having discipline in how you communicate can stop
Like
accidental
what?
shouting, accidental noise, and door opens later. Hot food and device charging matters, but all of these other things can wait until rules against loud mistakes, which are potentially fatal mistakes, are put in place. Okay, so you're now 2 hours into the outbreak. Communications are set and
2 hours? This is 2 hours? I thought I was like a day in now.
it's still quiet outside. What do you do next?
2 hours in and I go stand on my balcony and that's bad? The apocalypse just started. Let's go loot their apartment. This person that probably lives on minimum wage in a fucking Austin, Texas apartment, let's go fucking steal their shit.
Option A, pick one windowless interior room as
Communications are set. It's still quiet outside. What's the next sensible action?
the fallback or the sleep space. Option B, clear the hallway outside your unit of any loose objects. Option C, start boiling tap water to sterilize it while power remains. Or option D,
I thought tap water was already sterilized.
spread your stored water containers across different rooms in case of a breach.
Spread your stored water across different rooms in case of a breach? Bro, where are they going to breach this apartment? There's one entry point. Select one windowless interior room as the fallback sleep space. Where's option E? Dump your bag of marbles outside your front door to Looney Tunes cartoon prank, Home Alone style, any zombies that walk upstairs. Start boiling tap water? No. Spread your stored water across different rooms. I'm going to go A.
So the correct option here is option A, designate a fallback room. So the reason this is the right answer is because if the outer flat is breached, you need a last line of defense already chosen. So this is about prioritizing worst case preparedness before it's too late. By the 2 hour mark, we're assuming you've already secured water, you've already locked down and you've gone dark, and also the initial chaos has passed, but stability is still fragile. So option B, clearing the hallway of loose objects, is a good idea, but it's not really worth the risk of sound.
It's always A. Has it always been A? No, it wasn't always A. One of the times it was D.
Unless there's an active threat outside. Option C, boiling the water, sounds smart, but you've already filled containers at this point, and the tap water is still running, so it's not yet unsafe. The power right now might stay on for hours, or it might just cut suddenly, but even then, you can boil the water from the fallback room later. Boiling it right now just creates unnecessary heat.
Bro, boiling water? I'm still in a fucking city flat. I'm not thinking I need to boil my water until I'm fucking Bear Grylls drinking my own piss. Like, I'm not boiling water until I'm fucking grabbing murky water from a fucking pond. And I'm like, yeah, this shit looks unsafe.
Noise and smell, which are all signals that you want to prevent early on. And finally, D, spreading the water containers around the room. This is like a good idea, but it's minor optimization. Obviously, if you're breached, you don't want all of your water in one place, but again, if you're breached that badly, the whole flat is essentially compromised. And the fallback room should already have its own mini storage. Okay, so you've made it to the end of day one.
Bro, I really just feel like these people be bums, dude. I know she's basically giving the rundown of, like, this is how you should survive based on, like, actual research. And so I think that's valid. But in my brain, I feel like I'm imagining this ragtag trio. All right, guys, we got to set a fallout room for us to sleep in. Everybody move the open cans full of water. I feel like I'd kick that door down, fucking karate chop all of them in the neck, instantly kill them, and then steal their shit and walk out. Like, I really don't think this group's lasted more than a week. Based off the vibes that this is giving off, like the answers, if somebody's like, all right, got my bug out bag ready by the door in case.
Barricades, water, food, signals, safe room, and hygiene are all handled. What should you do to finish the day? Option 1, stay awake all night in rotating 2-hour guard shifts. Option B, start a small cooking fire on the balcony to reduce indoor smells. Option C, signal...
What? Start a small cooking fire on the balcony to reduce indoor smells. So if I'm just saying, if it ends, no, I'm not even gonna say it. If it's B, I'll crash out. Signal from a window in Morse code that survivors are still inside. It's not C. That's like the worst. C's the worst option.
From a window?
Well, you're just it's pitch black outside. You're like shining a flashlight. Fucking, like, they're gonna even know it's Morse code.
In Morse code that survivors are inside. Or option D, mentally map a 10 to 14 day isolation timeline and nightly routine.
Bro, 14 days? I feel like I would leave the city so much faster than that. Stay awake all night in a rotating 2-hour guard shift. So you would sleep 4 hours at a time. I'm gonna go A.
Running around and the time makes you nervous. Are you still a mom or just a taxi service? The schedule is packed with things that they have to do, but with so much to choose from, you'll find something for you at Racetrack. Get fresh, hot, favorite food. Fill up a cup, swirl it all up. Racetrack's gonna get you through.
Yeah, that tracks.
So the correct answer here is option D, build the time.
Mentally map a 10 to 14 day isolation timeline and nightly routine. Bro, 10 to 14 days? Mentally map that? Yo, I feel like I would write that down with like a pen and paper of like, this is where we should go by this day.
This is the right answer is because this sets psychological expectations and also ration discipline. Setting fires, making signals, or having exhausting all-night watches just create risk without adding any immediate survival value. So it's now been 48 hours since the beginning of the outbreak. You've not heard any sirens, no screams, no gunfire, just silence. You crack a window and you listen, and movement sounds faint and far away. What do you do now? Option A.
Do out a very big belch to see if anything makes a weird noise. Go outside and scream.
Slide open the window a few more inches for ventilation because the air inside is stale. Option B. Scan the street from behind the curtain for movement or patterns.
Already A.
Option C. Step briefly onto your balcony and confirm how many bodies you can see below. Or option D. Knock on the ceiling to check.
Stepping onto the balcony is really a bad play. There's a sniper. There's a sniper that's been waiting on the roof this entire time. Knock on the ceiling to check if the neighbor's still alive. I do love that play.
Are still alive.
I'm gonna go A.
So the correct answer here is option B. Scan the street.
Oh, scan the street. Oh, but so scan the street, but not on the balcony, because if you step on the balcony, that's where the nine Black Ops fucking 6 snipers just come out and trick shot you right off the fucking roof. Scan the street from behind the curtain. Yeah, for movement or patterns. Okay. Just to get like a gauge of who's outside.
So the reason that this is correct is because in the 48-hour period, this phase is about information without exposure. If you're looking quietly...
Bro, but this is like... I know the first day is going to be the most hectic. But I feel like once you're in the city for a long period of time, that's where like groups are actually going to start getting together that like want to attack people. And that's where like hordes of zombies are going to start, you know? I feel like getting out of the city earlier is better. I know it's going to be harder, but like imagine like day 5 of the apocalypse, you're trying to leave Boston. Like you're walking out to like everything's blocked on the streets. Everything's out on the streets, right? Everything's blocked. There's zombies everywhere. There's people waiting to see or hear you so they can attack you. Like, you're kind of hard locking yourself into that city for a long time.
Through a covered window, this can give you insight into movement without sound or silhouette. Opening a window or stepping outside creates unnecessary noise and profile. And knocking is an even worse idea because you don't know who's alive or what they'd do if they heard you. You suspect that the apartment across the hall is abandoned. The door is cracked. What do you do? Option A, enter quietly and search it for supplies. Option B, close and secure the door from the outside to prevent risk later. Option C, leave it untouched. Or option D, knock once, wait, and then cautiously enter with your knife drawn.
Bro, with my what? Like a fucking butter knife? Like my kitchen knife? I don't have a better weapon. Bro, I have a fucking spear and a sword. Or a gun, bro. Like, literally, you don't have any of these. I just have a fucking kitchen knife. C, leave it untouched. I feel like leaving it untouched is stupid. Probably close the door. I'm gonna go B.
So the correct answer here is option A, enter quietly and search. So the reason this is the right answer is because at this point, controlled scavenging is strategic. If a room is clearly empty, it's better that you take its resources before someone clearly more desperate does. Avoiding all unknowns also isn't sustainable long term. Don't knock, don't announce, don't waste the opportunity. At night, you hear footsteps and whispering outside your apartment door. It's clearly human. What do you do? Option A,
press a fucking sawed-off shotgun right against the fucking wooden door. Go, hey! Are you guys, how many survivors are there? They walk up to the door. Are you guys in there? Boom! Right through the fucking door. Hole straight through their fucking chest. Kick that fucking door open. Bang. Elbow to the fucking jaw. Deck him. Steal all their shit. Throw them into the fucking streets. Use them as a symbol monkey like zombies. And then I get the fuck out of the city.
stay completely silent. Don't move. Don't make noise. Option B, whisper to your group to grab weapons in case they come in. Option C, make a deliberate sound to show that you're at home and you're not worth breaking in. Or option D, wait for them to move on and then open the door quietly to check.
Stay completely silent. Don't move. Don't make a noise. Whisper to your group to grab weapons in case they come in. Make a deliberate sound to show you're home and not worth breaking in. Wait for them to move on, then open the door quietly to check. Not D. I'm gonna go B.
So the correct answer here is option A, stay silent. So the reason that this is the right answer is because this isn't the time to act. Silence is your defense. If they're looters, they'll avoid resistance, and if they're panicking, noise can make them choose your door. If they're infected, sound draws them. You only move if they try to enter, and even then, you don't speak. Your flatmate whispers too loudly during a routine water check.
Yeah, I think silence is good. Maybe the sawed-off shotgun to the wooden door probably isn't a great play on second thought. But either way, I still feel like some sort of attack might be good.
And you hear a muffled groan from some...
Release nerve gas through the air ventilator. I throw a canister of nerve gas through the vents.
What do you do? Option A, take a position at the door with a weapon in case...
A few minutes later, I hear a groan. Your flatmate whispers too loudly during a routine water check. How many waters do we... Oh, sorry. How many waters do we have?
One comes through. Option B.
How much water's left in the bathtub?
B. Quietly relocate everyone to your fallback room and lock the door. Option C. Tell them to stay put and go investigate alone while it's quiet.
When the fuck can I leave the city?
Or option D. Whisper sharply at them, telling them to shut up and listen.
A. You can't risk losing your room.
So the correct answer is option B, relocate to the fallout.
That's fucking stupid! That's fucking stupid! Alright, now we're stuck in the fallback room. There's no windows and one door. Now if the fucking zombies get in the apartment, you're fucked! You're fucked! What are you gonna drill out? Oh, now what do? Start digging at the walls with a plastic spoon to fucking escape? What?
So the reason this is the right answer is because containment is the protocol here. Fallback spaces exist for this reason.
Yeah, bro, but you're stuck in like a 3-bedroom apartment.
You don't split up, you don't go hunting, and you don't escalate anything. This is defensive discipline. Move to the stronghold and listen. If nothing happens, then you wait. And if something breaches, you're ready. You overhear a broadcast on a still working radio. Evacuation might be happening 6 miles away at an old stadium, but you don't have any further details and there's also no schedule. What do you do? Option A, immediately pack and leave while the streets are quiet. Option B, wait 24 hours to gather more information or listen for updates. Option C, prepare a bag and scout the route before committing. Or
C.
Option D, ignore it.
C.
So the correct answer here is option C, which is prepare to move, but don't move just yet. So the reason this is the right answer is because if you leave now, you risk walking into chaos or nothing at all. But ignoring—
It's so weird that like some of them I'm like, yeah, fully that makes sense. That's the right answer. Others, it's like, yeah, I get that, but like, dude, the fallback room when you hear something outside, like, I hate that idea.
It completely is also a gamble. The right call here is controlled contingency. You should prep a bag, watch for signals, and then assess the route. Okay, so you've gathered your bag, and now you have to choose one weapon to take when fleeing the apartment. What's the smartest grab?
Ooh. A knife? No, something long range.
Option A is a long crowbar.
Love
Option B, a short machete.
Crowbar, or how long of a... I feel like a crowbar and a machete are about the same length.
Option C is a steel baseball bat.
I don't even need to hear DC.
Or option D, a cordless drill.
I mean, what dumbass is choosing a drill? Well, actually, option D is good because you're going to need to make a fucking wooden shack in the Alps. You're going to need the cordless drill to fucking to do fucking home improvement. C.
So the correct answer here is option A, the long crowbar.
Bro, what? Nah, that shit's getting stuck in somebody's skull. What, maybe because it's like a half utility. I get that. I'm not mad at that answer. I would go C. I think the crowbar, yeah, it's because you could also use it for doors and as a weapon. It's like a multi-tool. But the steel Batman, I'm just like, you fucking wham! You know, like dude, I love a metal bat as a weapon in a zombie apocalypse is such a fire play. Just fucking, boom, fucking bonk, literally just instantly cave their head in.
So the reason this is the right answer is because this is the weapon that you're going to grab before leaving your apartment. So the weapon choice here needs to factor in, number one, how lethal—
Why not grab both? No time. It's not in the mental map schedule that you made 10 days ago.
lethal it is against zombies, especially skull trauma. Number two—
Yeah, but dude, I feel like that hook part's going to get stuck in the zombie's head.
Utility in the field, so how it works against doors, fences, or breaking into places. Number three, durability and portability. You want a weapon that won't break. And
you're such an Italian American from New Jersey with the baseball bat choice. Bro, I don't even think that's an Italian thing. I feel like the baseball bat choice is just a good play. Crowbar makes sense. I feel like the machete's bad. Machete's too close because you're within arm's length every time. And I know the metal bat's not as big of a difference, but like you could extend a lot more. And a machete to the skull, I feel like that's not instant chopping through. A bat, like even if you don't instant, it might be a 2-hit, but like the first hit's donk, like falls over, you know?
Won't slow you down. And number four, ease of use under stress, so no skill or precision needed. The reason the crowbar is the best choice is because it delivers focused and dense impact, which is ideal for cracking skulls. It also functions as a multi-tool, so
Who just owns a crowbar? Another question there. Like, or a machete. Who just owns a fucking well, I mean, I own a spear. But like, who owns a machete or a crowbar?
There's no edge to maintain, there's no power required, and it's nearly indestructible. And basically, it works in both combat and escape. All in all, it's the most versatile survival tool that you can carry. The machete was a viable option, but it's risky. It's good in the sense that it's fast and it's light, and it's good for clearing brush or like cutting rope, but it's not really—
What am I fucking fleeing to Brazil? What am I going through brush? What am I fucking doing? I'm in like an American city right now. Where am I fucking... What are the vines overgrowing the fucking city? Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, wow, dude. This really... I hear, like, birds, and I see a fucking jaguar running through the streets. Oh, shit. The city has changed in 3 days.
Hard impact because it can slice through soft tissue, but it might get stuck in bone. And remember from the beginning of this video, I told you that in order to defeat a zombie, you have to aim for its brain. And in order to get to the brain, you have to go through the skull. And a machete can get stuck in a skull or in the bone of its neck, where you're trying to cut its head off.
So can a fucking crowbar! That hook? Bro, you're gonna hit it in the... Yo, if there's 4 zombies, and it's a 4v1, you hit one in the head, you instant kill it, now you're like... trying to pull it out. The bat, you're going, wham, fucking over and over again.
It's like it could be a really good idea, but it's probably going to perform poorly. The reason for this is because it's unnecessarily heavy, it's tiring to swing, and also there's no extra function.
What do you mean entirely heavy? It's a fucking bat. It's like a steel or aluminum bat. I feel like it's so easy, bro. That's not too heavy.
Besides the intimidation. Bats also often glance off of bone. So
yeah, dude, that's also good for humans, man. That's good for humans, bro. I feel like, chat, what's scarier? Ooh, maybe a machete. For humans, you're running, you see a pack of people as well. Are you more scared of a guy with a machete or a metal bat?
Not great for cracking skulls, especially if you're swinging at a bad angle. And the cordless drill is wrong because
that's not great for cracking skulls. Hard disagree. I think I could split a skull with one swing of a steel bat.
Yeah, but it's probably going to perform poorly. The reason for this is because it's unnecessarily heavy, it's tiring to swing, and also there's no extra function besides the intimidation. Bats also often glance off of bone, so it's actually not great for cracking skulls, especially if you're swinging at a bad angle. And the cordless drill is wrong because this might sound like a really good idea, but drills are not—
How would that sound like? Who the fuck's going, oh, the cordless drill? Oh, the cordless drill. I'm definitely going to need that.
Going to be lethal unless it's precisely placed. It's also going to require 2 hands, close contact, and also, most importantly, electricity and battery power. And once it's dead, it's useless, and there's no extra utility or intimidation value to it. You now go into your kitchen for a secondary weapon. Which of these gives you the best chance of stopping a zombie in close combat? Option A, a chef's knife. Option B, a wooden rolling pin. Option C, a butcher's cleaver. Or option D, a screwdriver.
C. A butcher's cleaver? I feel like that would decapitate somebody. A butcher's cleaver? Maybe the chef's knife if I'm holding it in like a BO2 combat stance. Maybe the chef's knife if I flip around and I'm like, not the screwdriver. The correct answer is B, wooden rolling pin.
So the correct answer here is option C, a butcher's cleaver.
I was kind of hoping it would be B, wooden rolling pin.
So the reason this is the right answer is because a cleaver has the mass and blade thickness.
Oh yeah, dude. A cleaver's slicing. I mean, it's made for literally fucking like meat separation.
Skull with short range strikes. The chef's knife is most likely going to be too thin and it risks snapping or getting stuck. And the rolling pin, it feels like a bat, but it's probably too light to do real damage. And as I said with the bat, most likely it'll bounce or glance off bone. The screwdriver here could be good because it could puncture.
Wooden rolling pin versus steel bat, way different, bro. I think it really depends on the strength. Can we agree that it's the strength of the user that determines the weapon choice? I think for close range, cleaver is obviously the right answer, but I think for the main weapon, a steel bat doesn't make sense if you're like 5'2" and 110 pounds. But if you're like able to fucking dual wield that shit, you got the Elden Ring build for it. I'm taking the bat.
But it'll probably only go through soft points and you need perfect aim under pressure. Therefore, it's not the best option. So you've packed our small bag, and a local broadcast says that evacuation teams are moving towards a nearby stadium within the next 48 hours. What time of day do you plan to move? Option A, leave just before dawn. Option B, leave in the middle of the day. Option C, leave after dark. Or option D, leave right away.
Middle of the day. B.
So the correct answer here is option A, leave just before dawn. So the reason this is the right answer is because leaving right before sunrise gives you both enough light to navigate without drawing too much attention, while most
that's true.
Threats, either human or zombie, are less alert. Night travel is not a good idea because it increases the risk of tripping, noise, or panic, and broad daylight also makes you way too visible. So you've exited your apartment and you're making your way towards the stadium. Before seeing any zombies, you spot a group of 3 scavengers near a parked car. One is searching the trunk, another is standing lookout, and the third is carrying a pipe. They haven't noticed you yet. What do you do? Option A, approach calmly and ask.
Before you see the zombies, you spot a group of 3 scavengers near a parked car. One is searching the trunk, another is standing lookout, the third is carrying a pipe.
If they've seen safe zones. Option B, stay low and observe from a distance before deciding. Option C, circle wide and avoid contact entirely. Or option D, follow them quietly to see where they're heading.
B or C? I kind of think C's the better answer, but I want to go B.
So the correct answer here is option C, avoid contact entirely.
That was my second guess.
So the reason this is the right answer is because a wide detour keeps your location, your supplies, and your intentions secret. Early survival states that stealth is more important than alliance building. Option A, approaching calmly, is not the right answer because in early outbreaks, strangers are often scared and hyper-reactive. There's also no trust networks established yet, so it's more likely that they'll escalate or become violent or betray you. Option B, watching from a distance, gives you intel, but it burns time and it also risks you being spotted if they sweep.
Bro, they said they're moving there in the next 48 hours. What am I fucking walking 10 miles across like rugged terrain?
Their surroundings. And if they see you first, you lose initiative. Option D, following them, is also not the best answer because stalking unknown people is risky and you could walk into their base or another group. There's no true incentive to doing this early on, and if you're caught, you're seen as a threat or a potential ambusher. So on your route, you end up crossing rooftops using ladders and fire escapes. On the next rooftop, you see a zombie standing on the far ledge. It's facing away and it hasn't noticed you yet. You need to cross that roof to reach the ladder. What do you do?
Activate stealth perk, crawl up to it, and then hit it with the grab their neck and stab them right in the fucking head.
Option A, move slowly across the rooftop, hugging the wall and staying silent. Option B, throw a bottle into the street below and lure it off the edge.
Fire.
Option C, try and sneak up and attack it with your crowbar.
No.
Or option D, wait for it to wander off before attempting the crossing.
B.
So the correct answer here is option A, move silently across. So the reason this is the right answer is because at this point, the zombie hasn't seen you yet. You're not blocked and you don't need to engage. Stealth here minimizes all risk. Option B, throwing a bottle could work if you are on the ground,
infected. It goes, you go, it just mosey on by.
Since you're on a rooftop, sound travels unpredictably and also it could just alert more zombies below. Sneaking up to attack it is also not necessary since it hasn't noticed you yet, and it also puts you in close quarters with no backup plan. Option D is potentially a good idea, but waiting could take forever and it wastes daylight while giving up control. You're cutting through a narrow alley and about 30 feet ahead, you see a zombie. It hasn't noticed you yet, but it's directly between you and the exit. There's an open side door to your left, a dumpster you could climb, and also a loose pipe on the ground nearby. What do you do? Option A.
Bro, a dumpster would be so fucking loud to jump on top of a dumpster.
Pick up the pipe and confront it before it gets closer. Option B. Go into the side door and barricade it behind you to wait for a better...
What happened to my fucking crowbar? What happened to my fucking crowbar? Now I gotta use a fucking loose metal pipe that fell off one of the fucking ceilings?
For a moment. Option C. Climb the dumpster, toss a small object away, and misdirect the zombie away from the exit. Or option D. Dash past the zombie now while there's...
Slip through the side door and barricade it behind you and wait for a better moment. Dash past it now while there's still a chance. B.
Still distance. So the correct answer here is option C, use elevator.
What? Bro, no. I folded. Hey, dude, have you ever stood on top of a dumpster? That is the biggest I'm right here signal you'll ever have. What the fuck? Getting on dumpsters are so loud. Like, if you jumped on top of a dumpster, that would be like doom, doom. It would be like loud sheet metal.
And misdirection. So the reason this is the right answer is because it has the best combination of both control of the situation and also momentum. Here, you're staying away from the action and you preserve your forward route, but you also don't trigger aggression. And you might be wondering now why a sound distraction is the correct answer in the alleyway, while on the previous rooftop question, I said that sound is unpredictable.
Bro, I'm gonna be going on the dumpster. Doom, doom, doom. I'm holding a pebble. It hits a fucking wall. I mean, Brett, he's gonna go towards the louder noise.
This is because in the alleyway,